We're starting now, because that's how I always start this. I just say we're starting. All right. That was such a quick transition. Hello. This is the first time I'm doing something like this. So today I'm here with a wonderful friend of mine. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hey everybody, I'm Mittens. How you doing tonight?
Yep. This is so fucking awkward.
Nailed it. Nailed it. No, that was perfect.
All right. Hi, Mr. Kaz. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but hi, hello, welcome. Today we're gonna start talking about, I guess, to be honest, it's just gonna be two weirdos ranting about their own writing stuff that is incomplete. So, yeah, to be honest, there's not gonna be much of a professional feel to this whatsoever. It's just gonna be probably us ranting.
Oh, I'm good with that. That's my favorite kind of discussion.
Yep. So, I guess we should start getting into the summary of your story because we're starting off with you first.
Yeah. I can introduce it if you'd like.
Yeah. I mean, I already have the document up.
Cool. Okay, so this is a story, about
Professionalism, not.
dreams.
Hmm.
It's very has a very dire setup. Uh,
Hmm.
but I'm hoping to build out the world and eventually use it as a prompt for RP stuff.
Hmm. Essentially,
So,
VR
oh,
chat
go ahead.
RP, because that is something that I do and he also partakes in. So, if you couldn't recognize the cool cat head that he has going on,
That's right. The one and only cool cat.
no,
They made
no
the
one and
emote after
only.
me. So yeah, it's VR chat RP.
Hmm.
The idea came from an idea that I made after I drew a little scarecrow person, a little scarecrow girl, that I thought, like, what better place to put this character than just a suffering world? you
Yep.
know?
Put the sweet kind, cute characters into a shithole.
But she brings the joy, you know? She brings the
Hmm.
magic to this terrible place. So I'll go ahead and I mean, should I like, read this? Do you think?
Uh, yeah, you don't have to read it word for word, but just use it as a base. Or you could read it word for word if you want.
Okay. Well, I'll read it. I'll read it word for word. We'll,
All
we'll,
right.
we'll do that. Let me get professional so that I can be unprofessional afterwards.
Professionalism is not necessary. But yes.
For 5 long years, the lands of Indrima saw the most gruesome war in the history of the world. The sorcerer with the power to raise armies of the undead in an instant enacted his distaste of the world through a vile campaign. The kingdom began to fall, and the suffering its people beheld only strengthened the enemy. The excessive and widespread magic animating the dead drained the lands themselves. The southern region of Indrima, where the sorcerer himself took refuge, had become bone dry, plants withered, and buried in a dusty haze. Eventually, the sorcerer and his army would take the capital city and make a public spectacle of putting royal officials to death. One by one, they would be mercilessly killed. This is about dreams and like magic. Um, all leading up to the king himself before the sorcerer completed his plan. However, a group of heroes enacted a plan of their own. Bestowed with magically forged weapons that would cut through the sorcerer's army and fight their way to the sorcerer himself. Little words were exchanged. The battle commenced, eventually culminating in a. I feel like I'm reading this like a news broadcast. Yo, this just happened. Turn on the TV.
Turn on the TV. Take the newspapers out. This shit's going down right now.
So, to put it simply, it's the kind of standard, evil sorcerer rose up. The idea being that this is a fantasy world that is after the main quest in like other fantasy fiction, but it's kind of this state of like, okay, well, like we won, but the world is going to obviously change a whole bunch after this crazy world-ending thing that they had to fight. And yeah, so the story kind of starts in a defeated kingdom. Magic that was once like the way that they kind of saw magic was like technology. It was emboldening them to experiment with kind of this natural source, and now that somebody abused that, they have to kind of rethink their relationship to it, and thus kind of create more restrictions on it. And yeah.
Someone has said breaking news: necromancy is making a comeback.
Damn. Everybody get out your wands.
Thank you for the JSS wearing it.
Yeah, that was hilarious. So yeah,
I feel like that needs to be like a meme for you continue this idea.
Breaking news. Put like a prompter on the bottom of the screen.
Black stocks and cemetery plots now. Oh my gosh.
So the story takes place in a place in that southern region where it's just bone dry down there. It's a port town called Marrow Meadow, like mermaid. It's like double. It's like marrow, like merfolk, but also marrow, like bone marrow. That's the only name I came up with for a location. Names are difficult. I feel like they have to like come to me. How do you feel about names? Like naming things?
For me, naming things, it just kind of whatever sounds good of a bunch of series of whether tossing into translators, and that being mostly Google Translate, so it isn't really the best. Yeah, that are just like fantasy name generators, or tossing in between the two, picking what I like that sounds good, etc. Especially if it's in a more fantasy setting. Can I offer an idea for name generation? Says someone in chat.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. I do a lot of fantasy writing, and names are the worst, so I use ChatGPT 3.5 for the basics.
Yeah, it's either that or just brutalizing Latin words and stitching them together, and then be like, all right, fucking got it.
Yep, got it. Sounds good enough.
Yeah.
I mean, that ain't a bad idea, in my opinion.
Yeah. I still haven't used ChatGPT. Have you used ChatGPT?
I admittedly have, but not really for writing. More for like, I guess, writing for school assignments, but not like taking the whole thing away. Just like to help generate proper words that I need. that I have not thought
Oh
of.
yeah. No, that's yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
that's a good use. You know,
Yeah, because
I
there's
need to
some
use
words
it for
that
stuff like
you
that.
can't. Huh? I'm sorry, I cut you off.
Oh no, it's just stuff like that is what it's best used for.
Like generating ideas, not copying it word for word.
Yeah.
Mm. If anything, when you copy it word for word, it can be very noticeable, especially if you don't check
Mm-hmm.
over it. Because I have seen many instances, whether it's online or in real life, with people I actually know of using ChatGPT just base as it is and just turning that in, essentially.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It is. It does end up being kind of obvious.
Yeah. Especially if you use it for a D&D character sheet of a background. Oh my
Mm.
goodness. And then when the player doesn't remember later on, it's like it's right there. Your character sheet. Like what? How do you not? Okay. But yes, ChatGPT, useful tool when used correctly. But for names, I'm not gonna lie, I didn't really think about it using it too much for like names. Fun
Yeah.
fact, there's been an increase in scholarly publishings like medical journals that are heavily using ChatGPT to write their research papers. Yeah.
Hmm.
But sorry, back to you telling your story.
Well, all right. So, yeah, the story kind of centers around this specific town, and it's kind of about this scarecrow, this kind of walking construct, that's partnered with this essentially snake oil salesman. Not really snake, like kind of snake oil. You know, it's this person that's like, I've found out how to wring life from this dead land. When in reality, it's the scarecrow that's using magic inherent to itself to make
Yeah.
things grow here.
I guess there's the photo.
Oh yeah, there she is. That's Hayflower. Uh,
Oh wow, it looks synced up perfectly. I was gonna download it to put it on stream, but that works too.
awesome.
So there she is. I was gonna ask you, but I wanted to at least try to download it first.
It worked out.
Yep.
So yeah, so she little mischievous, you know, little kind of thing that's just kind of hobbling around, getting up to trouble.
A little ball of chaos. You could see it in her
Yeah,
eyes.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So Hayflower um, ends up getting found out by a kid that lives in this town. Kid's kind of little bit of an outsider, feels put upon to contribute, but he's kind of weak. You know, he's kind of a loner. Was before all of this happened. Well, not before all of it happened, but you know, during all of it happening, and still kind of is. But now that the town is in dire straits, he kind of feels like pressured to contribute, but he doesn't know what he can do. Um,
Mm.
so yeah, he volunteers on the farm. They've been tending the farm. Nothing grows there, but they kind of do it in the vague hope that maybe, like, if they do things a little bit different, that things will actually start growing here.
Mm.
Really, it's just a way to kind of busy themselves in a situation that they have no power in. Really, a lot of the supplies that they get are from people leaving and going north and bringing things back from places that actually have some kind of life in them.
Mm.
And most of the people in this town have left. The only ones there are the people who they kind of built their whole existence here and it got ripped out from under them. And so they kind of don't know what to do and how to kind of move on. Like they're just kind of going through the motions almost. And that's kind of what the story is generally about, like thematically. In terms of like the characters that are present and everything. It's meant to be a optimistic story, despite having these like very like upsetting roots for a lot of these characters. But it's about them finding their way through that. And then that, of course, is with the help of this Hayflower character who finds herself eventually ingrained in this town. They start to, once, formalities are dealt with, they kind of start to rely on Hayflower. And then that, of course, starts to catch notice, people around, and then word spreads. And then eventually, these kind of magic agents from the kingdom are going to show up and figure out what the heck is going on here. Sorry, a little bit of a slip.
Mm.
I don't know if that's okay. How do
I
you
don't.
feel about? You don't care? Okay.
I don't think. Go ahead.
Okay.
If you're concerned about cursing, I curse like a sailor here. So.
All right. Good. Good. All right. I can relax. So yeah, agents from the kingdom, they send one over to this port town that's mostly drained, but there is crop growing there at this point. And the person that they send is kind of tasked with finding out what's going on. Is there magic afoot? And if there is, it's illegal. Arrest everyone.
Always gotta ruin the fun.
Yeah. That's kind of the setup for this thing. At least in terms of like an RP.
Mm.
It's centered around this town, and the players would be people who live in this town.
Mm. And it would essentially be like people who create like kind of their own characters, but some of them are like main story characters as well, right? Depends on how big it gets.
There would be kind of like anchor characters. There is one that is so before in the summary, the introduction, I kind of mentioned that officials were executed, by the sorcerer after they took this capital city. And part of that was the king's very own family. The king, after which, used necromancy, despite, being very reactionarily outlawed, to bring his daughters back to life. And he kind of squirreled them away in this port town that they used to visit. Because this town used to be really extravagant before the life in the region was just drained from it. So these princesses are part of the town, but they're just kind of like their story is about finding, like, they had this purpose that was taken away from them, and now like their own father is kind of keeping them as a secret, you know? So it's about them finding their agency and their own way forward for those characters. The youngest, not as torn up about it. The oldest is, like, she was poised to take the throne.
Hello, L.A. Anthony. It's going alright. I guess you can also answer that question too. How's it going?
It's going good. It's going good. We're talking about happy things here.
Happy things in a shitty place.
Yeah.
But it will get better.
It will. It will. Although I guess if it's
Hopefully.
RP, like, people can really
Hopefully.
make it worse.
People can really make
They
it
just
worse.
fuck everything up.
It depends on what players do.
Yeah.
Hmm. Hey, it's just as a reminder, we're discussing some writing that is hopefully going to be turned into I guess an RP setting.
Yeah,
And
I mean, I've
that's
had the story, the ideas for a while,
mm,
but I get so focused on the setup and the types of characters that'll be here that I feel like maybe it'd be good as an RP.
Oh, that sounds like fun. Yeah. All right. So maybe we should start listing down some basics of this.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because like I guess more about Andromeda on like kind of like a basis for like players themselves, you know. Maybe something about a
Andreema.
lay of the land.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
What? Oh, go ahead.
go ahead. No.
I was gonna say, well, to start, Andreema is a very. The premise of it is very just like, this is meat and potatoes fantasy setting. You know, it's very. I'm taking things that are pretty well established and then kind of putting them in a similar state. You know, just with the questions of like, okay, what would this place be like, you know, after all the crazy shit happened in this fantasy story? You know, and how would these people feel about that? In terms of, I think one of the important things that I still have to figure out is kind of just different races, you know, like different things, different types of because if I'm gonna have like players choosing and making characters, then I've got to have some kind of variety, I feel. So I think maybe that would be a good place to start. There's only one other race that I've thought of, just because it like tied into narrative stuff, but like wood elves. And just the imagery of kind of this grand forest, kind of spiny and dying,
Mm.
because like roots of the mother tree in this society got kind of infected by this blight. And it's kind of about, for them societally, it's about leaders making the decision to leave this forest and then devout members of that rejecting that. So like a split, you know. So you have these wood elves that are they're clinging to their lands, their grand forests, even though they're like falling apart. And then you have these refugees that are trying to, that also are kind of like guilty because, I mean, they've left their lands by their own accord out of necessity, sure, but in terms of a belief, it kind of goes a little bit deeper than that. So, and that's really the only other race of people that I've like really put thought into.
I guess let me just start writing down here then for races. So first off, it would be humans as like main, right?
Sure, yeah.
Then elves. Maybe.
that one I feel pretty good about that.
All right.
Just because of like the complex feelings that one might have in that situation could make some interesting characters.
Yeah, I think they would probably live separate, kind of ish. Like, of course,
Yeah.
like you said, different. They just kind of come into contact in like the main city or like town for like trade and other such of like business that they have there with each other.
Yeah, so like before this war, they kind of have, for elves, for wood elves, they've loosened their, I mean, they were still pretty locked down, but they kind of like, they started doing trade and different things. They started interacting with the world outside. For them, kind of a big deal. And then all this shit happened, and their place got fucked, and so that kind of more devout portion, also kind of blames outsiders as well. It's like, oh, we shouldn't have trusted people, we shouldn't have opened, we shouldn't have done this.
Mm.
And some refugees have that feeling as well. But you kind of push past that emotionally, not push past it, but push through it emotionally if you have people that are relying on you.
And you need more room for more things.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The setting itself, I do want to kind of be like almost, at least in terms of fantasy elements, almost like storybook-esque.
Mm.
I feel like Hayflower fits with that, so
I'm trying to think of like.
Hayflower.
Go ahead.
Hayflower is not really a race. Hayflower is like a construct.
Hayflower is Hayflower is what we're saying.
Hayflower is Hayflower, yeah.
There's no other Hayflower or anything else like her nearby. It's just her.
Yeah.
She's special.
Yes and no, but that's a secret.
That's a secret. I mean, you could also add things like halflings or dwarves in there too.
Right. Yeah.
Like those are ideas.
So halflings is a given here, but dwarves would be different. What are like, so famously dwarves, you know, they're in them forges, they're in them mountains bashing away.
Trying to look up more information.
Kind of approaching this as like societally, what's a cornerstone of this community that could just be taken away? And then how would they choose to move from that? Like how would they choose to press forward with that? Or from there? And it also doesn't need to be from that one incident, like from the war. It could also be just a pure politically driven thing. I mean, for the RP, I'm not really going to go into like, you know, the politics of this world, but for the setup for these races.
I mean, like, if you were to think about it, would there also be some players that, you know, are like kind of in charge of the town?
Yeah.
Hiring.
Oh, yeah.
So, essentially, like, someone, maybe somewhere like mayor kind of thing of like, so then there would have to be some political, like, role play with that too. But the only person they would be talking to would be actually you in reality and not really some other players in some other place of how fucked the political system is currently.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, it would be. I did have a character. Let me dig into my mess of a Celtex document here.
Mm.
I believe it was a duke. But I probably didn't write that much about him. Yeah. So yeah, there would definitely be some of it in there, especially with like this princess character. You know, because holed up in this building, she's sure that people would reject her. But, you know, what if they didn't? Jabasted.
Yeah, that's Ray for you. He always comes in here and just puts down. I think because since you'd also be oh, night, right? You literally just came in here to say night. You bitch. Oh, that only sucks because I actually know you.
You just pieced and then vanished.
Um, hmm. Right, because you are also technically DM in this. Whatever you say can go. Would you theoretically, not for every person, but just like allow for some like homebrew characters or something a little more off the wall kind of thing?
I would. Um, so because of the nature of this, like the VRCRP and stuff,
Mm-hmm.
I do think that there would have to be like there would be boundaries, but there wouldn't be like you wouldn't just have to work through narrow restrictions. Like there would be things where it's like, okay, like pass it by me, and that's like, maybe that's kind of pushing things outside
Mm.
of kind of this central idea a little too far. But I do think that to have like an effective collaboration between players, especially in this where players are kind of like performers,
Mm.
um, they need some agency. You know, they need the ability to kind of make a part of it their own.
Well, let me just do this then, because I think it'd be best to say that these would be the main like races, like mostly populated ones, but that won't like other ones can come in too. But they would just have to be, well, I guess essentially putting like rules on like what you can do and what you can't do. Like for example, they can't be magical because magic outlawed. Uh,
Well, they could. That's the thing. Like magic is outlawed, but there could be people that break the
break
law.
rules, yeah, break the
Like they
rules.
they would
Okay,
have to realistically play those characters as like they'd have to keep it on the down low.
yeah, but we also need to make sure the fact that everyone doesn't do that. It's like
Yeah,
everyone's
yeah,
sitting there
yeah,
as a
yeah.
magic
Everyone
user.
can't be magic.
So not everyone can be magic. I can't spell magic. All right, but I guess like another one is like they have to be humanoid, right? I mean, hard not to, but still, 'cause there might be some people that try to do other things as such.
Yeah, yeah.
And I guess also for this of essentially not being anything technological, unless you would allow that, like, I guess an automaton or some other sort.
There are
It still had to be like
there
the
are
very rare
methods.
thing.
Yeah, there are methods of like resurrection that are very, Frankenstein-ish. Um, that I've
But
kind of established.
resurrections. Why does that remind me immediately of Full Metal Alchemist?
There are similarities.
Hmm.
All right. I'm gonna admit something to you.
Go ahead.
I I haven't seen Full Metal Alchemist. I've seen like the first couple episodes, and I really liked them,
Mm-hmm.
but I haven't actually like sat down and watched.
You,
But
you
I
know,
hear it's like the best. I hear it's the goat.
it is. But you know that at least what happened to Alphonse, right? At
Yeah,
least.
yeah.
So that's what I mean by like bases, like similarly to him.
Mm. Yeah, it is. Yeah. I generally I like when magic has that kind of weight to it.
Mm.
It makes it feel a lot more. I don't know. It makes it feel like you have to really like work for it. You know, like it makes it feel like it's not just like flick of a wrist.
Mm.
So yeah, there are things like that, and somebody could be like a construct. They
Mm.
could. We couldn't have like a lot of those, but I think that would be. I think that would work. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess for this, not too many of the same race, like of different other magical races. Exceptions being, humans and elves.
Hmm. Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
if
Magic
everyone is
is.
like a different race, then it just like, eh.
Yeah. It depends. I don't think it would. Honestly, I feel like the problem that and maybe it's not. Maybe it's not a problem. I feel like people would be too hesitant to be a human
Yeah.
because that's kind of like a general thing. Like when people see they have another option, they're like, well, I don't want to be a boring human, you know?
Yeah, but there can be so many interesting things with humans. I mean, like,
I know.
I've sat down and played two human characters.
I like humans. I don't know what those guys are talking about.
Yeah. Like two out of the three characters I play in VRC. The other one, though, I'm playing for someone else. Like a character part of someone else's backstory, so.
Hmm.
But the two that I've created, they are based off humans, and one of them actually became a full-on human, and she is literally support the character, as in she supports others, and it's great. She doesn't have to fight. She's not magical. She doesn't have as many issues as everyone else, supposedly. So she supports others, and she's a human.
Supposedly, huh? I wonder. I wonder about that.
And um, so not too many of the same race, main races being humans and elves, and it's supposed to be like more of a social, like town setting than really a magical metaverse setting.
Yeah, because even though this scarecrow can, quote unquote, heal the land, they still have to like work at it. Like they
Mm,
still have to maintain an actual farm. It's not just like, you know, just snapping there's crops.
yeah.
So there is an element of fighting. I didn't even go into this. So like because of the way the land like shifted, the ecosystem around this town has also drastically shifted. One of the first things that they have to deal with this town before most of the people left and all the vegetation died. They used to have this kind of annual thing where they would, as a town, um, quell the population of these, sizable spiders, like almost the size of your hands, like both your hands put together. They would go around bashing these spiders, And it was like a fun, fair activity for for the whole family, because otherwise, the population would get out of control, and then bad stuff would happen. Well, now that there's not as many people, that is something that is happening. So
Mm.
one of the kind of problems, a lot of it's going to be players kind of fighting their way against that, both natural things that are encroaching on this dying town, and then also supernatural things that are encroaching on this dying town. So yeah, a lot of it is protect this place that you have these tight attachments to.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So I guess I'll write this down as an event. Spider season.
Spider season, yeah.
Mhm. There we go. One of the things that can happen. Hmm. I guess we'll go more into details about other events that could happen in the
Yeah.
town.
I mean, of course, there is always the possibility of outsiders, people visiting, nice people, not so nice people.
Mm.
And then there's the central issue, or the central kind of thing with Hayflower, because not everybody would embrace Hayflower.
Yeah.
Ultimately, once Hayflower is like known to most of the town and generally accepted for what she can do, like maybe some people are hanky on her, but they like the things that she makes. Um, that's when this starts to become people trying to keep her hidden from outsiders, in the event that she gets taken away.
Mm. If anything, I think it would be kind of a fun thing, even though Hayflower's kind of like the main star of the show, to like, because I don't think many people are gonna do their research and come over here, to the stream of us talking about everything in detail, especially about Hayflower. To maybe, to make it also authentic of not mentioning anything about Hayflower or just like a setting, and then
Hmm.
eventually just adding Hayflower in subtle.
Yeah, yeah, that would be what I would want to do, definitely.
Ideal, yeah.
Yeah.
I guess I should also put that there. Hayflower as an
Oh yeah,
event.
yeah. Because yeah, I think starting with kind of this like the stuff, like the pressures from the environment and the struggle to live, like starting with that will kind of make the idea of Hayflower a lot more alluring. Um,
Mm,
and also, even if you're against it, regrettably acceptable.
mm,
Because yeah, I mean, having player characters and seeing player characters kind of struggling to eke out, their life here. Um, and why that is. Like having enough time for people to at least kind of push towards that idea, I think would be a great foundation to then just like, put Hayflower in there. Just, you know.
Mm.
But yeah, that's interesting. I didn't really think of it as like an event, but that's totally like that definitely should
The
be.
Hayflower.
Yeah.
And I guess some other things, because like, as I'm thinking about it, of like people coming to know more about Hayflower, of her being a adorable, lovable goober, that she um I think I don't know if you've written any like other traits other than her being a goober. But something so she could actually be like a menace to the town while also helping.
Yeah.
So like let's talk more about tape not Halo or
Switching subjects. Let's talk about Halo.
Halo. No, Hayflower. I guess like moreover what's going on her side for like a bit.
Yeah.
Approach her.
Let me open up. Okay. Part of my problem is that I'm so drawn to like writing. I love writing dialogue and like scenes
Mm.
and stuff. Um, these wouldn't like obviously in an RP. I'm not gonna have like because that would just be like a movie, right? Um,
Mm-hmm.
but part of like me figuring out how a character is, I have to kind of like write a scene. Let's see. So Hayflower, when she's introduced, uh, she is she is directly hurting the town. Um, well, kind of. She's stealing their seeds.
All right.
The ones that they planted, like fruitlessly planted into the ground.
Disrupting. I guess attempt of produce production. That's one.
Mm-hmm. Hayflower herself. There is even in here. I do kind of make mention to the idea of Hayflower, like Mittens, used to be human. I think that's something. If there
Human.
was a magic user, they could decide to figure out what makes Hayflower tick, or at least to try to.
Virgo used to be human, but we don't talk about that.
Well, Hayflower literally can't talk. Um,
Oh, I guess I should add that in too.
yeah. Oh, actually, something about the design. If you want to bring up the picture.
There she is.
So the way Hayflower works, her mouth is like a piece of string, and it's kind of lassoed on two pins, and those pins rotate right or left to make slight expressions.
Slight
So
expressions.
yeah, so she can kind of use well, the pins can like tighten the thread, right? To kind of make her very,
This girl
straight
can
mouth.
never frown. She can only just straight line or smile.
So when drawing her, I would get kind of creative with it, where if the string was especially loose and she was like jostled around, it would like be very like squiggly, so it makes her look like confused, you know?
I mean that
Um,
would make sense.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that was the limited expression on Hayflower. A lot of like body acting, which is why I was telling you, if somebody's gonna play her, it's gonna have to be like full body.
Yeah. Funnily enough, in my D&D game that I play in my off time with people I know, I'm actually playing a character that also cannot talk, who's a warg, aka like a werewolf looking gal.
Ooh.
You know, so she can't talk because she also used to be human and got turned into a warg. So I had to sit there and mime things out. She can understand people and also like dark speech. But she can't write for shit. So she just sitting there miming things out. And I imagine like Courage the Cowardly Dog of just like yelping and barking. If you know that show. That's basically me most of the time. I don't mean for Hayflower to be like that, but I guess like maybe something
I mean,
similar.
kind of, yeah. Like, because whoever's playing Hayflower is gonna eventually need to communicate with people. So,
Yeah,
yeah.
and I'm assuming she can't write either.
Yeah, no, too, she's too squiggly for that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I can imagine this gremlin running around and just going like, I can't even say anything because she can't either. Anyway, she can't talk, doesn't talk.
She's also very, as a character, she's very self-assured.
Hmm.
She's
Marie.
not really shy, as a character.
I have no idea if I spelled that right.
Yeah.
Alright. So in other words, like, yeah, not shy. Knows what she's doing.
Hmm. One of the things that makes Hayflower befriend, well, in this story, I guess in an RP, it would make Hayflower befriend loners just generally.
Which that would be incredibly useful.
Yeah, yeah. Well, one, they're pushovers. No, I mean kind of, but not really. But she kind of relates to the idea of not being able to talk to people, even though hers is like literal. you know.
Mm. All right. I feel like that sounds like she's taking out a loan for something else. Hold on. Lonely peeps.
Yeah. I wrote, for all the things Hayflower couldn't do, empathy for another was certainly not lacking. She is empathetic.
Empathetic. There we go. Now we need more gremlin.
Okay, so she likes to push a giant roly poly with a stick. That
I'm not writing that.
wasn't very empathetic then. What's up, Hayflower? What you don't care about roly polies?
Roly polies. They roll all the time. They're roly polies. Bro.
She. Let's see. Let me find some more gremlin energy in here. So when she gets into town, and there's this character. The character, by the way, that is this snake oil salesman. Her name is Fern Beck. She's not, primarily a farmer or anything. She's mostly just bullshitting her ability to farm. But they have kind of a routine, right? Like she builds this post, and Hayflower will hide in plain sight, just like standing on this post. Sometimes she gets bored, and like if they grow a field, she'll just like sneak her way down and walk around, poke her head out, look at things. But yeah, her cover is, she makes a good. I mean, she is a scare. Was a scarecrow before there was life. So that's the role that she plays.
So used to be in Hayflower's shoes.
Oh no. I mean Hayflower. That's the role that Hayflower plays. In this town initially, like when this person comes to town and is like selling their abilities in exchange for really everything that they've got. The way that they keep their cover is that she kind of puts this scarecrow, quote unquote, which would be Hayflower, up in the middle of this field where she's going to do her farming. And then she will do the work. It's just when everybody goes to sleep, it's like, Hayflower, do your thing.
Okay, I get it.
Yeah. Fern Beck is just a vagabond, like somebody who was trying to find a livelihood here, that just doesn't really have a home anymore. and by chance they kind of find Hayflower, um, wandering through. They see this place that has some life growing in it, and that obviously draws them towards it. I do have a picture of Fernbeck.
Ooh, send it. I could try to pull it up on stream. I'll put Hayflower there for the meanwhile. Send it over. Oh, Hayflower. Cute. She just reminds me of a Raggedy Ann doll, and I love Raggedy Ann dolls. Even though I don't have a single one, but I want one.
Yeah. Yeah, that design is really cool. That's why I stole it.
No. Now everyone gets inspired by the Raggedy Ann dolls. You know the story
Yeah.
behind the Raggedy Ann doll, right?
I don't.
You don't. From what I remember researching a while ago, because I was just curious. Essentially, a Raggedy Ann doll was made from I guess scratched by someone. I think it was like someone's dad making that for like their child or something. Or maybe after their child. I don't remember. It's so long since I looked into this. Let me re-look it up. Alright, I guess it's time to read off Wikipedia. Exact details of the origins of the Raggedy Ann doll and related stories were created by Johnny Gruelle are not specifically known, although numerous myths and legends about the doll's origins has been widely repeated. Gruelle's biographer and the Raggedy Ann historian, that's a natural thing, Patricia Hall, notes that the dolls have found themselves at the center of several legend cycles. Hold on. I guess an often repeated myth, I guess what I read before was a myth, of essentially the author's daughter, Marcel, brought from her grandmother's attic a faceless cloth doll, which the artist drew a face. That Gruelle suggests that Marcel's granddaughter sew a shoe button for the missing eye. If I remember correctly from my own thing, of the dad kind of writing stories for the Raggedy Ann doll for his daughter to know, but he didn't publish it until like after she had passed, I think. Death of 13 from an infection. Yeah.
Oh.
And because of that, it was just kind of widely spread, and people started making Raggedy Ann dolls like crazies. And then the form of a Raggedy Ann doll has evolved into, well, some of which now, apparently there's some vintage Raggedy Ann dolls now too, of like a specific cloth that was made before.
Hmm.
But because of how widely they're known as like a vintage item, they've kind of spread into like media. For example, like Digital Circus literally has a character that
Right,
is
yeah.
after a Raggedy Ann doll. And I feel like Hayflower is a little bit like that, but the only distinction between it is the button eyes, the nose, and the red hair. And
Yeah, that
then,
was definitely the inspiration, yeah.
yeah,
With overalls because Southern.
Southern, yeah, it's very cute.
So Fernbeck, her relation to Hayflower is kind of like a very. She's kind of like a strict mother in a way.
Mm.
Not like she knows, like she understands the arrangement, that she has with this construct. Um, she's very much, profiting off of Hayflower, but the way that she kind of, reacts to Hayflower's inherent mischievousness is very much like how, if you can think of like a mom getting angry at a kid for like bouncing around in their chair at a restaurant.
You're
That's
moving
kind of the
around too much.
Yeah, that's
Quit
kind
it.
of the
Quit touching
energy.
everything.
Yeah, yeah, that's kind of the energy that Fernbeck brings in terms of the relationship between her and Hayflower.
Mm,
She's very much focused on keeping up the facade, and Hayflower is just trying to have fun.
mm. Although, what is Hayflower like? Why is Hayflower helping out Fernbeck exactly? Or did I miss that?
So, Hayflower sees Fern as like a friend. The way that they met, Hayflower really helped Fern out. What Hayflower can do isn't. She kind of likes it. Like, she likes making things grow, which is why when Fern found her, like, the place was, you know, inundated with life.
Mm,
It's one of the reasons why it kind of stuck out to her. And she happened to not be threatening. And she met Hayflower through this, her being kind of emaciated at the time. And the two kind of traveled around. Part of it is Fern understands the law of the land, understands that like a creature that's very obviously magically driven doesn't really have a chance. So it's not just profit with her, you know.
she
But yeah,
kinda cares.
yeah.
She
It's
kinda
more of
loves her
like
like a daughter, yeah.
just a little bit, yeah. It's she's very sensible, and the idea of like, well, you can't just stay here because obviously people are gonna keep finding where you are, and one of those times it's gonna be a person that maybe doesn't want you around.
Mm. I mean, admittedly, if given chance by someone with a not so great perspective, I feel like Hayflower would be very puntable.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Well, let me go back to the picture. I mean,
people people voted on that. They they actually did.
all right. I remember that. Fight or flight. Well, to be honest, they
Yeah.
didn't say punt. You made it for fly.
Okay, that's true. All right, so that was a little bit of, a little bit of bias on my part.
Even you agree. The creator agrees
Yeah,
that
yeah,
she's very
yeah.
puntable. Oh my gosh.
So she is, and that's why, Fernbeck has to kind of take her along with her,
Mm.
because if not, people are just gonna punt her.
Fly to the next town. Become a menace somewhere else.
Yeah, that's the other thing. They're not meant to stay long. Like they're meant to grow a crop to gain the trust of the people and get everything they pretty much they can carry
Mm.
to move on to the next town. But after that, like, yeah, they're supposed to be gonzo. So part of it is establishing what keeps them there. I think it depends. There's a few different routes that it could go. One could be just Hayflower makes enough connections there that she just straight up doesn't want to go. And then what's
Mm.
Fern gonna do? Like Fern, like that's her livelihood is
It's like
Hayflower.
it's not exactly, and it sounds mean, but I have a feeling it's like the similar sensation of just trying to pull a dog on a leash, but then the dog is just like not moving at all. Like, no, no, I'm staying.
Yeah, yeah.
It's the same feeling, but it's not the same situation. So yeah, and I have a feeling that would happen with some people, because who wouldn't be friends with this gremlin right here?
Oh yeah, yeah. It's impossible not to be. So I'm not too afraid of that not happening at all. I feel like most people who, unless they're really trying to be like, the character that causes friction, which
Mm.
I think that they're generally there should be, you know, some friction causers.
I
Not
think there
like,
should be.
not in a way that just doesn't make sense, but in a way that fits, a character in this world.
Mm.
Because speaking for myself, I always wanna be like, I always want to be the nice guy. I always
Too nice for your own good. I get it. I feel like I can't be mean to some people at all. Like, even if I'm playing a character and I'm supposed to be like quote unquote evil, I'm sitting there going like, but I feel bad. What if they take it personally?
It's really hard. Like I have massive respect for people who can play like the like dick character.
I mean, V tries. Or
Yeah,
sorry, yeah, Vanderheim tries. And it kind of works. Like, trying to
yeah.
be mean to X.
Well, it's like I think with V, a lot of what makes it make sense is that the character themselves is not they're not trying to be mean. They're just
Mm.
very like the way like the knowledge that they have and their relationship to it is just
Mm.
very strict.
Mm. Yeah, so I think it would definitely help though, yeah, to tell the players in general, going off of that, of what the world is like, what they should expect, and then the Hayflower event happens, which goes against
Mm.
to what they were told of the world,
Mm.
of what they should do, etc.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Mm. Hayflower event. Oh my gosh. All right, let's continue on. Who are some other characters in this whole facade, or not facade, but thing?
There are the princesses. These characters, I can send you a pic. So there's a younger and an older. They were both resurrected through necromancy, and well, one is There was a point in time where one of them was supposed to be from vampirism.
Hmm.
So you can tell, like, the younger one on the left is like kind of Frankenstein back, and the one on the right was supposed to be kind of. She wasn't dead all the way, and so the method that they were able to use was vampirism.
Hmm.
But I don't know. I don't know if I want. What do you think about vampires?
I mean, vampires are fun to have, but it depends on what rules you give them,
Hmm.
because there's many different types of vampires, funnily enough, with different rules. Whether you want to have traditional means that they can't go out in the sun, or the fact that they can go in the sun with sunscreen, or they can go in the sun, they just feel weak, etc., etc. Plus, there's also other ways of vampires feeding. For example, there's energy vampires. Those very like boring people at work that just talk constantly, like the chronicle yappers, and that you feel like they're taking away your energy. Those are energy vampires, emotional vampires. They always have something going on with them and something so sad, and you feel like so bad for them. They're feeding off of your emotion. Stuff like that. So if you don't get where I'm actually getting those, I got that from a show called What We Do in the Shadows. It's a very mature rated show, I'll tell you that.
I've seen it. I've seen it around. I still haven't, like, what I have seen is hilarious.
It is rated R. It is not E for everyone. But yeah, it has plenty of good funny moments. Like the energy vampire that I was talking about, literally from a character named Colin Robinson. And for whatever reason, they never call him Colin. They just say Colin Robinson. The whole name. It's so fucking weird and funny. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's another one I should probably watch, because what I have seen of it, I've enjoyed. So
Yeah, it is funny, in my opinion. I already finished watching the whole thing, but I
hmm.
don't think this gal should be an energy or emotional vampire. I don't think she should. But the vampires in that show, they also cannot go outside.
Hmm.
So, if anything, kind of long clothing that she has there would probably help out
Yeah,
a great deal. Probably get
yeah,
like a
and I
sun
mean,
hat or something.
that was kind of what I was thinking. Like, with her design, she's very dark looking, like in terms of like very gothic looking.
Mm-mm.
So yeah, I would have to put together. I remember I had some stray ideas
Ooh,
for
or a
for
veil.
some reason a veil. Oh yeah.
Sorry,
I kept
continue.
thinking it would be really cool. No, no, you're good. You're good. I kept thinking it'd be really cool to have like a village of vampires that lived in the walls of a canyon.
Mm.
I don't know why. I was just like, yo, what if there was just like this canyon and they kind of like lived in the sides of it, and people who walk through, they're just like um, food.
Yeah. Yeah. If anything, like it's a tricky thing of having a group or community of vampires, in my opinion, because one thing that comes in mind is like Castlevania. Because if
Hmm.
like any of them become like big or strong enough of like to the point of becoming like a whole nation sort of is, and they start trying to think of controlling, you know, quote unquote livestock. Or
Right.
in other words, people. So like I personally would be careful about that, but that is a fun idea. If they just stay in their small canyon. And some of them just come into town during nighttime, you know.
I guess
But
it
in
would
art,
be like
go
different
ahead.
like different kinds of vampires would have been affected differently. The
Mm,
ones in the castles and the manors. Um, Honestly, they probably would have just, if they could, they probably would have just, stayed out of out of the whole thing.
mm-hmm.
Um, but if they couldn't, that's when you would get some complications.
Oh. I have another idea of another type of vampire I know. I think is a Telefuchi. It's like a Mexican vampire, funnily enough.
Hmm.
From what I remember reading, they only consume blood like once a month, but if they do not consume that blood in the next month, they're just flat out dead. They're like gone, poof kind of deal. And they can't allow anyone else to know that they are like a vampire, person. And if someone were to find out, they have to kill them. And if whoever kills that vampire, they become basically the next vampire.
Huh. What was it called again?
Uh, Telepucci. Let me look him up. No, I'm just looking at Mexican vampire. I can't spell that shit.
Oh, I see.
You found it?
Yeah, holy shit. That is quite a word.
Yes. If anything, I have one character that is that's a Telepucci, and I actually I guess to give some, I guess more to the Telepucci because I just assume that this information just kind of a bit outdated, and I was thinking of like a more modern way of handling it. Is like since it can only do like once a month thing, um, why not just like have something more specific? Like they can taste like the specifics of the blood that they consume, you know?
Hmm.
So like for my character, you can literally tell what kind of person or like the race of a person, their age, etc. Kind of like an idea in their head of what this person looks like just by tasting their blood once.
Well,
But unfortunately, it also puts right there that for I want to broaden it a bit and say the fact that it's not doesn't have to be the 100% preference. It says their preference are typically like children and infants, unfortunately, which isn't the greatest in a broad sense, but I mean it is a monster, so
Yeah,
yeah. I mean you can play with that idea if you want.
I like it. I'm gonna have to dig into this.
Yeah, because if anything, that's for me that I also try to look in for other cultures and what they have, especially if some people are like surrounding that culture. Like for example, the reason why I looked up that is because I was thinking like, what kind of vampires do they have like over there in like Mexico or like Latin America type places? It's like what monsters do they have? Because the character of where they're sitting at currently is like Mexico itself. So I'm like, okay, what kind of vampire, what kind of like monsters or other things that they have here? And I found that, so
Hmm.
it was a good find.
Yeah. Yeah, I always like when you're approaching something like, a vampire,
Mm,
just taking a peek, like looking around, seeing like what's another way that I could do this that
mm,
maybe people don't use as often. So, yeah, that's actually really interesting.
mm. Especially because I don't really hear anyone using Delavucci like that, or really any other monsters other than base monster of vampire, zombie, werewolf, beastskin.
Must fly over the house in the shape of a cross. Uh, oh, that before they can enter.
Mm.
So they don't have to be invited in. They just have to do a ritual.
Yeah. Another great resource to look at is Adventure Time, funnily enough. Because like they had like the Adventure Time Stakes episode where essentially the full on basis Marceline, Vampire Queen, was not originally a vampire. So basically some sort of science fuckery was about of removing the vampirism from her, but in doing so brought back the vampires that she ate before. Or at
Hmm.
least the main big powerful ones. So she had to go fight off them again. And there was this one that was very traditional, by the books. Cannot enter into a house without being invited in. While the other ones did not care at all. And they had their own
Yeah.
rules and etc. etc.
Hmm. So yeah, you think vampires, you think vampires in this world, but a twist, a different maybe a different kind of vampire.
I mean, yeah, it could be like because you're the creator, you could do whatever you wish or put whatever rules or limitations you want to put on there. For me personally, I don't really like putting rules onto like
Hmm.
the general world and scape of things, but since it's going to be like an RP and because people like rules, just giving you basically another idea of like
Yeah.
another set of rules that you could add for this character. And if anyone else wants to play a vampire character.
Yeah, totally. I think having kind of a maybe an amalgamation would be
Because
nice.
vampires and werewolves and many of the mythical monsters from before have evolved into having different needs and wants when it comes to like biological sense. Some can go in the sun and some can't. Some just burn, and some immediately turn into ash the moment a speck of sunlight, the moment a single bit of vitamin D3 hits them. Like, and some just use sunscreen and said, fuck it. So, like, there's many different rules now because of many adaptations over the years.
Yeah. So resurrection. In this, I actually wrote some stuff about resurrection, just because there are characters that were resurrected, and the central kind of the history of the place heavily revolves around resurrection. Generally, before the war, it was experimented, but the only viable methods that people found were modification, magical modification of the body, so like this kind of Frankenstein-like construct, or through vampirism, which, you know, those were your options. Vampirism was more sure, like, you know, it was more reliable, but also like you would be a vampire.
Yeah.
So that would kind of suck.
Yeah, you need to feast on blood now and plasma instead of normal food. And that's another rule that some people have, the fact that some vampires can still eat normal food as they don't get anything from it, or they just immediately throw it up. So it can suck either way.
Yeah. But yeah, those were kind of the only two. Really, the main difference and why this sorcerer was able to like be so dangerous is they were able to resurrect corpses as constructs that, unlike, you know, like a necromancer would raise these ambling kind of constructs up. He had this ability to kind of prop these things up, and like they would have their own kind of agency. It wouldn't just be this like brainless husk that you just told to, you know, you tell to go somewhere and it just like wanders over there. But he was still in control of them. Like they were bound to him. So that was kind of different as far as this world goes. People hadn't really seen something like that. And it was also pretty quick. He was also able to do it pretty quickly. He was also able to like accumulate an army. So that kind of is something that they're still trying to figure out how he did in terms of like world stuff.
And you know how he did it, right?
Yeah.
You don't want to tell the class.
Okay, so they understand, you know, magic users understand resurrection in two parts. There's soul seeking, like the ability to actually manipulate a soul, and soul binding. This is kind of, so this magical modification, you know, this Frankenstein thing, they kind of use some of those principles is in kind of resurrecting something or someone. Soul binding is the only process that they were familiar with, but soul seeking is what the sorcerer knew extremely well. He was able to fucking pull that shit out of the aether and fucking
and put them back in. That's what I thought.
Yeah. Yeah. Uh, so people are trying to figure out how he utilized that. Like, what did he have? Something that allowed him to do that? Is it just purely like wizardry? Like, he was locked in a tower for so many years and figured the shit out? Like, who knows? You know? So they're trying to figure out how he did that. But at the same time, there are now extreme restrictions placed on the research and application of magic. Really, the only research that gets backed is directly through the kingdom.
In other words, no one else look into this but us.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, again, you know, there's a lot of you know, the king is kind of hypocritical, right? Like, he brought his daughters back to life because they're his daughters, right? You know?
That part is hypocritical, yes, but in terms of basically ceasing all research from other people just so he can research it himself is in fact pretty smart. Because as soon as the public figures out how to do this shit, then all hell is gonna break loose.
Yeah. So that's kind of the thing. Like, they know that another incident could happen, right? Like, this could happen again if they treated magic use and the research of magic as they did up till that point. And that's part of it, because a part of the RP could go into that, because the town and the southern region is kind of where this sorcerer started his campaign, which is why it's the most kind of dead. So yeah, so like, finding it would be possible to have little remnants of things here and there. I don't know yet. It really, at that point, it really just depends on player interest. Like, if the player is playing a magic user and they get heavily invested in looking into this thing, or then it's like, okay, well, maybe you find a little bit more of that here, or, you know, on a excursion. But it is a possibility.
If anything, I think I'd be interested on the person whoever sits down and says, "Fuck it, I'm gonna figure this out myself since none of y'all bitches can." Y'all taking forever. I'm gonna put matters in my own hands.
There is a character, so the character that they send is, depending on how they get played, they may help them in that, because the people, like, these magical agents are only really agents of the king, or want to be agents of the king, because then they can practice magic, you know? Like, like, if it's something that you did before the restrictions were kind of placed on this, then you almost kind of have no choice, right?
Yeah. Turns into auditions to say, "Hey, I'm good enough so I can continue to do what I was planning. Please."
Yeah.
I want to continue my research. I can't put this on hold any longer. Need to find out a way to get this hair growth serum instead.
Yeah. The character that ends up being the one to kind of research this town, it is kind of that thing, you know, where they in their time away, in their time in the field, they use the time between their official duties to do the thing that they're passionate about.
As one does.
Yeah. So it's viable that they can be convinced to want to side with this town. It's viable, but it's not a given.
Also, I love how you started the line work on this. I didn't.
Oh, this one?
Yeah, the image I have up.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's just like, yeah. It's just sketch,
Is that a bolt on her head?
It is.
Oh.
It is just a giant bolt.
Why? I mean, it's good character design, in my opinion, but
Yeah. Honestly,
practically, why?
There's no direct logic for it, other than the fact that she's a construct, but like.
So when that screw comes loose, we're all fucked, right?
We're all fucked.
I like how when I pull up I go to this website that is like famous for like homebrew stuff, and I was just scrolling through the races, and I just as soon as I look back on there, I just see blue bloods, fallen angels turned into sexy vampires, and I'm like, who, who?
Well, there's another race.
That is another race, but it's the fact that they added the sexy part to it.
It's a racial trait, they. Oh boy.
Alright, I need to stop scrolling because I'm just gonna find more random stuff like buttery Sprite, fairies that love butter.
But yeah. Oh, the I was gonna. Right.
Right.
I don't think I talked about them, the princesses, as characters yet.
Yeah, you haven't, but we don't even know their names. We just brought up their
okay.
designs and started talking.
So the tall one, her name's Emmeline. What was the short one's name?
Is that how you spell it?
Like, here, like.
Double M?
I believe so. Let me look.
So like Emily.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Alright.
And it's crazy. The other one.
And the other one. I'm kidding.
Where's my character document? Come on.
I have to bring up the big list of characters.
The big list.
I don't have a big list of characters anymore. I just have Pinterest. getting reference pictures. I'm
Oh,
like,
that's
yeah.
right.
Hmm.
Francesca.
I'm not even gonna attempt to spell it. I'm gonna take. Let you take the wheel on that.
Okay, let me. I don't remember how to spell it either, so I'm gonna copy paste. Oh, actually, okay. Well, yeah, of course. Now I remember after seeing it.
Francesca.
Yeah.
Evelyn and Francesca. Interesting names.
You
I like
know,
them.
princess names.
Yeah.
Royal.
Truly
But yeah,
royalty.
as characters, Emmeline was old enough before she died to, you know, be into politicking and really kind of delving into, you know, being a royal.
Mm.
Francesca, not as much. So it's a lot easier for her to try and pivot existentially. Obviously, you know, they both died, which, you know, is not an easy thing to do.
Mm.
But Francesca is a little bit more optimistic about, you know, having another chance. Emmeline, not as much. You know, she kind of. Both of them have to lie low. They can't be seen as, you know, it would be bad for the king.
And
So
what brings them to
Emmeline.
the main town?
So they were pretty much placed there.
Really?
So yeah, so the main town is, well, was like a really kind of extravagant port town.
Hmm.
Before, you know, the war, and then after the war, and then people leaving, and then all of that kind of killed it. But it being something that was notable before it died, you know, the king has, and the princesses themselves have a certain attachment to it, as like a spot to visit. Unfortunately, now it's like their prison.
Hmm.
So yeah, but before this town became a thing, like a rotting corpse that is like falling apart, it was pretty it was pretty happening, you know.
Pretty hip.
Yeah. So that's kind of why they're there. Really, they just have been there ever since they were resurrected.
Hmm.
Yeah. But nobody's really, you know, looking around this town. Nobody's really like really the only people who are there are the people who feel connected to it in one way or another. So it was a pretty safe bet.
Let's start typing. Since resurrection.
Them being there is kind of one of the reasons why people are still able to live there inadvertently. Because the king has a few guards go out there to kind of provide for them with the guise of bringing supplies to the townsfolk.
Right? I guess we should start listening of traits for both of them.
Yeah.
So let's start with Emmeline.
So
Since-
Emmeline
Yeah.
Emmeline is very Emmeline's depressed.
That's a great start.
I mean, there's no other word for it. She spends her time. So the guard that comes periodically to this town keeps her updated on like events in the world, and she kind of spends her time almost shadow politicking, but not really. It's like the things that she would do or the things that she wished she could do, and she can tell that it's like a fruitless exercise for the point that she's in, but there's still a part of her that is, you know, like it was what she was wanting to do. It was her purpose, and it kind of was taken away from her, and she can't rip herself away from that.
But that's
So
so
she's yeah. She spends a lot of her time not really focused on the people of the town, but really just confused, you know? Yeah. Exactly, disassociative, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I know that feeling very well. Anyway.
Yeah. Look, all right, that's a mood.
It is. Especially if I felt it for like majority of my life. Anyway.
Yeah.
So
No, like that. Yeah.
that's what
It's
she had.
one of the reasons why I wrote the character that way.
Oh, so relatable. Depressed shadow
Whoa.
politician and dissociative.
Wow. So Francesca is a little bit more optimistic. She doesn't really understand why
Thank you.
her sisters like hung up on that. It's a lot easier for her to pivot. At least in terms of like your own personal drive, your own personal place in the world. She does go outside. She wears coverings, so nobody will recognize her, and also so nobody can just immediately see that she's a construct.
Hmm. I guess I should also put this here. Emmeline's older one, right?
Yeah.
Here. Younger. Oh my god. I can construct. Alright.
Patricia, a lot of she wants is to experience life. You know, I mean, she's younger than Emily. She's pretty young.
Wait, hold on.
She died.
Hold on a sec.
Really, her things. What's that?
For whatever reason, on my side, your voice is turning robotic, and I think that's my side of the call on Discord. Like the connection turned terrible on my side. I have no idea if you can hear me. I think it fixed itself.
Oh. Yeah.
Okay.
You sound good.
Okay, cool. Because the connection between the Discord call just turned crappy. And then you start going robotic. And then I'm like, oh no. Anyway, we're back. It's fine. We're fine.
Okay, cool. So yeah, Francesca, a lot of the things that she wants are just kind of like, I mean, she wants to experience life, you know? It's not as a strict, it's not like her expectation for life is not as strict as Emmeline's. And so she's able to kind of find that stuff a little bit easier.
Oh, we're gonna type something.
Let's see. Wants to live. I mean, you know.
No, it's just the fact that I just went down the page.
Oh, you went. Wait, what?
It's just the fact that you continuing to write the sentence and got bigger, so it made a third page in the document.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
All good. Continue.
Wants to experience a normal life.
Normal life.
You know, wants to have fun, wants to make friends.
And that's where our main protagonist comes in. No, I'm joking. I feel like if they were to ever cross paths, they would definitely be best friends within seconds.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, she would probably feel invigorated by Hayflower's, spirit.
Hmm. Yeah, she would.
Emmeline would be would be tougher to crack.
Mm. Any other important characters on your big character list over there?
Let's see. Oh, there's the kid, the hero kid. Yeah, I can send you art for that one too.
Send it.
Do. I didn't even go into the whole hero thing.
Oh yeah, that kid.
There was a while during this war where things were looking pretty dire. Not kind of near the beginning where ground was being lost pretty quickly.
Mm.
And one of the things that they decided to do is have these villages appoint quote unquote heroes, basically citizens within these villages to rally around. The idea being that a village that would otherwise be easily taken over would fight harder.
Mm.
They probably would lose either way. But because they'd fight harder, they'd slow the enemy down more. That was the idea. That was the plan. These heroes were never meant to actually fight, really. But they were meant to feel like there was this divine presence,
Mm.
And then that in turn would make more people rally around defending and protecting this town instead of, fleeing like they probably should have, but
If
So,
anything, funnily enough, as I'm looking at him, you know the little cowlick you gave him?
yeah.
You know, those are typically given to characters who are not that smart. So just looking at that, and I'm like, oh, you poor child.
Well,
Why else do you think I have one on my mother?
He's very he's not, well, he is kind of dense. I'm not gonna lie. He's a little dense.
Well, I mean, a kid looking like that.
He's a little dense.
I mean,
But
yeah,
he
he
kind of took
looks
it to
like
heart.
he looks like he has a kind heart, but is a little bit of an airhead.
A little bit, yeah.
Especially with the big round eyes. Make him seem more like an optimist as well.
Mm-hmm. He took the idea of being appointed a hero to heart.
Mm-hmm.
And in finding himself ineffective, he kind of carried that with him. As a character, this kid, from his perspective, is kind of promised this glory, and it just doesn't happen, and the world keeps turning. So as a character, he's trying to navigate that, trying to kind of
Mm.
he can't stop clinging to the idea, because it's a very comfortable idea to know what you're going to be and to know this, that you're destined for greatness.
Yeah.
So a lot of his conflict and a lot of what he learns or not as a character is just being a person, just like not kind of putting this. It's great to have goals, but if your goal is to be like the savior of everything, just by yourself, and that's your expectation for yourself, then like everything's gonna be a disappointment, you know?
Wait, is that a scar on his forehead?
It may be.
I mean, I see it on the other ones too, like right here and here.
Yeah. There was a.
No.
He was. What's the word? He was pacified pretty quickly. I mean, he's a kid, right?
Hmm. Yeah.
And that's, yeah.
I,
It's kind of.
it's just funny to me now as I'm looking closely at this character design of that's supposed to be like a belt for a normal person because he's a kid.
Oh,
It
yeah.
has to go as in
Yeah.
a strap.
Yeah.
Sorry, continue.
Yeah, part of it is yeah, he's kind of figuring out one that he does have skills. Like sure, he's not this, you know, heroic crazy hero that kills everything bad.
Mm,
But he's not, over the years he has learned a thing or two. So,
mm.
yeah. And
Well,
I
he
think
is a
that's
kid, so he picks up stuff quick. But
yeah.
yeah,
I think that's all of the kid characters. Yeah.
I like how the
Yeah,
name
him,
is Sword Boy.
Sword Boy. Yeah.
So, what is the
Yeah,
Sword Boy's name?
I don't think I had one for him.
You want to create one for him?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Normally, if I were to have an audience, I would ask them, but there's, I think, only two people. So we're doing this ourselves. Um, hmm. Time to grab out the Latin.
Names for people are easier than names for places.
Hmm. Hmm.
Let's see. Let's see.
Trying to see what else I could love. Also, why do I keep getting notifications from Discord?
Ah, yes, fantasy baby names. There he is, the fantasy baby.
Fantasy baby.
I don't think Sephiroth.
Can you imagine this kid being named Sephiroth? Oh my god. I mean, that is certainly some high expectations for this guy.
Oh, okay. This is specifically from fiction.
Mm.
Okay.
See. I would put it up on stream, but I don't want to mess up the format of it.
Cassiel. That's like a. It's too angelic.
I mean, I kind of like Conlan.
Like what?
Conlan.
Conlan?
Yeah, Conlan. Kind of spelled like. It's kind of like a maybe, but. Supposedly means hero, one who is courageous and is admired by everyone.
Huh?
You know, kind of what he's.
Yeah.
Because it's the whole idea of being destined to be a hero, so of course his name would also reflect that as well. So I'm looking up names that mean hero. I'm trying to pick up, like, names that I actually like the sound of.
Yeah. Yeah, that one's good. That one's good.
Ooh, how about like something like a knight name, like Halbert or Halbart. Because Halbart means brilliant hero, while Halbert means shining jewel dazzling hero.
I could dig on that.
I'm just gonna start writing it down.
Yeah.
Not Halmar. No.
Yeah, that's where they shop,
Right, there we go. Hercules. Not there being a page 2.
The name Cade means round, lumpy, stout, and sturdy. What?
Manfred.
Manfred.
Man of peace, hero's peace, peaceful strength, powerful peace. I'm not so sure on that one, I'm not gonna lie.
It sounds, it's weird that names have like some names just sound old.
Mm.
Like Manfred, when I hear Manfred, like that person was just spawned in as an older like man.
That is the evolution of names.
That's true. Create a whole new association. Like just let people know Manfreds used to be kids too.
How about Maroni? It means a descent of the hero. Which I think it could build a bit more further depth of the fact that maybe someone told him or has some sort of idea that he must be a descent of a hero, therefore he must make this work.
Right.
Kind of leading into the whole prophecy thing of he is going to be a great hero because someone has to be related to him that he's a hero. To which the poor boy find out it's a lie. That's up to you, though.
Yeah, unfortunately, at the start of the story, he still doesn't really think of it as a lie. Just that he failed.
I know, but that's just extra suffering for your characters,
Yeah.
You know how writers be like, they literally grab out a voodoo doll of their characters, like, oh no, my boy takes a knife, starts stabbing them. Oh no, oh. It's character development. I promise, my boy.
You're gonna be happy, I swear.
Just continues to stab them. Why is Paladin a name?
Paladin.
Name him Paladin.
I'm looking up.
Shanley.
Oh, there we go.
Instead of Stanley, is Shanley.
Okay.
Which means hero's child. Put that down because I like that.
Mean protector.
Ooh.
Alexi? Aleksi?
Pelican.
Elmo?
I didn't know he was a protector. You know what's funny? I have a Spanish teacher that fucking hates Elmo so much. Because he's creepy, weird, and naked.
He ain't wrong.
He ain't wrong. When you put that perspective, like, okay, I see your point. think you said Alexi before?
Oh yeah, it's Aleksi. It's
ASI.
Persian for protector or defender of mankind. So, very high
Ooh.
sights for that one.
Yeah.
Osmond. That's English for divine protector.
Hmm. Here we go. I guess I'm gonna continue to go down the hero chain.
Hmm.
How about Anders? In Greek, it means valiant or courageous. Also, Angus. I feel like that's semi-common though. Up to you
Yeah.
if you want me to put that down. I mean, superb or unique.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to having it be something that's common. It's all if it fits, you know?
Mm. Ethan. Oh my god, I think how many Ethans do I know? I know quite many Ethans.
Actually, I don't know any.
You
I'm
don't?
Ethanless.
You're
No?
Ethanless.
Dog names meaning savior.
No.
I mean, these are just people names. They just chose to use them for dogs.
Yeah, sometimes.
Like, you can't say Gordon is a dog name.
Our names are Dog Gordon.
I don't know. A lot of these are kind of weird
What
for
if we
for
named
dogs.
him Griffin
Griffin?
or Griffith? You know
Griffith.
that one character from Berserk?
Oh yeah.
The terrible person. Oh my gosh. You do know what he did.
I don't, but I know the discourse. I know the people talking about.
he he did not do some good things.
That's what I. The funny thing is that I gathered that from people memeing that he did nothing wrong. I'm like, oh, so you mean this character did everything
Yeah,
wrong? Okay.
exactly. Name him King. Be done and over with. Quillian?
Hold on. I'm gonna do a check. I'm gonna look at this picture beside all these names.
Alright. Because Quillian is a name that is an Irish name meaning cub and Latin name meaning strong.
Ooh, I like that.
I go back to the boy.
Swordboy.png.
Swordboy.png. He could be a Quillian.
Yeah, actually, I think that's. I like that. I like Quillian.
Alright, Quillian it is. It means cub and strong in 2 different languages. Although it's
That's
gonna suck
perfect.
when he grows up, then the cub thing is gonna wear off.
He'll be a cub for a long time.
And I guess his nickname would just be Quill.
Yeah.
Here we go. So tell me about this boy. The hero boy.
This hero boy. So he's he's devoted. He's learned in the ways of the blade to some extent. He like I told you about Delbin.
Mm-hmm.
He's like he's like a more capable version of Delbin. But unfortunately, he doesn't see it that way. He doesn't see himself as, in a way, him and Delbin kind of feel the same. They feel like they aren't providing what they can or should be providing, and they just kind of want to be good enough to provide that.
I forget when I type in certain things, my model does things.
So,
So when I typed in good, Delbin, right? Okay. It's to be good enough.
yeah, he's kind of like he's like the dense kind of stoic. He's not entirely removed from being a kid. He still has his kid moments. He wants to he's kind of like approaching his goals. He's got kind of a one-track mind with it. It's only if he has. It would take a lot. It would take a lot to convince him that it's all just bullshit, Like he's structured his. I mean, he's young, so he hasn't had that much life to live, but he's structured all of it to this ideal.
Let me rewrite this. There you go.
Yeah. So both him and Delbin are kind of loners for different reasons.
Mm.
They share that.
Speaking of Delvin, talk about him. What's going on in his neck of the woods?
Okay, so Delbin is very religious. Well, he's in a very, very religious family. You know, that's kind of, and this is something that I also was inspired by a lot of the reading I did, revolving around the Dust Bowl. There were families that would just go out and pray, like that, like they would just be on their farm, on their land, and they would just pray for their crop to grow.
Mm.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, but I can understand like being in that kind of situation where it's like, well, like what do you have? Like what else can you do? Really, you're doing everything you can do. Like you can pray for the rains to come and for something to happen, you know. So that's kind of part of my inspiration for where Delbin comes from.
Remember him being a hard worker,
Yeah,
but not efficient.
Yeah, he wants to devote, like he wants to help. He wants to be of use. You know. You know, he can pray and he can do all this other stuff, but he still feels kind of this inherent guilt. And part of that is imposed upon him by his family. You know, I mean, not in a like bad or abusive way, but you know, when there's kind of two sides to having, you know, positive role models. You want to be that. You know, you want to be capable, you want to be all of this stuff. And that's not a bad thing to want to be. Really, Delbin's only real problem is that, like, he's kind of putting this pressure on him that nobody's really expecting from him, you know? But he kind of feels it. He feels like he needs to, like he has to help with something and he has to do something. And you know, I mean, he does a lot of comparative thinking between himself and other kids, and you know, in that town there aren't that many kids. I think there's only like 3 or 4. Like the ones that I've talked about are like the only kids.
I feel like he's an anxious kid.
Yeah.
As someone with generalized anxiety,
Yes.
I can
Yes.
confirm that
The thing that
that
I was
is
talking about with the
exciting.
flower pressing against his brain, that's
Mm.
yes. God.
Not like about that. I was diagnosed with generalized anxiety.
No, yeah, no, I know. Me too.
You too. Oh my god, it's like we're almost the same person.
Oh.
It's almost like we share the same struggle.
Oh
Well,
man.
similar. At one part, I'm happy, but on the other hand, I feel bad because I know how much that sucks.
Yeah. But yeah, no, that's what I was talking about.
Mm,
Like when I wrote that part where he's like describing this like flower inside of his head, putting this like pressure on his brain. Like that's part
mm,
of it. Like he does have this anxiety that kind of follows him.
mm. Yes, I should also put this here one track. Right. Because there to him same with Quilton or Quillen. It's just there's one road and they just walk. They don't really
Hmm.
see any other path.
I think Delvin is a little like he is one track, but his track is that he wants to be capable in like a general sense. Like he just wants to be of use. So like the specific things that he does are more wide ranged than Quillen, who is
Mm.
very much like I am a hero, I am supposed to be a hero.
There we go.
Hmm.
Quillen is more one track in one specific area, while Delvin is more one track in a more broad sense.
Right.
I don't know why, just that idea for Delvin, it makes sense with the whole flower thing, because it reminds me of the shape of a flower.
Hmm.
You know, one track, but broad.
Right.
At least that's the image that comes up in my head.
Oh, that's good. I totally intended that from the start. Totally.
A happy little accident. Yeah.
I love those. That's the story of my life.
That's the story of everyone's life, man. Hmm. What else about little Dylan? Little
I had
anxious
more.
boy.
Let me look in there. I know it had like some specific stuff about his family written down somewhere. Uh,
I really want some Nutella. I'm sorry, that's random,
yo.
but
I mean, Nutella is good.
it is.
Man, this is why I need to get better at organizing some of this stuff.
It's okay. It's okay.
But yeah, anyways.
I'm putting the gal back on the screen because she looks very cute.
Oh.
Okay, well,
There was a little while where Delbin was an elf.
really?
Well, not an elf. What was it? Yeah. Yeah, he used to be it's one of the reasons why I started writing out the wood elf stuff. I was gonna make Delbin a wood elf, and then in that version of the story, it was gonna be more like Delbin and Hayflower traveling around. That one was definitely it was more of a like mobile story, you know. Also randomly had that they would, so a lot of what people would eat in the Dust Bowl, you know, I mean, dire straits, they were eating like tumbleweed, like salted tumbleweed. So stuff like that. I can't find any of the Delbin family stuff here, but I'll dig it up or rewrite it.
I got so scared for a second.
What?
Oh my god.
What's up?
Because everything on my screen just literally went to a quick black, and I'm like, what? Huh?
Oh.
What? I was trying to switch music, and then everything just like flickered on me, and I'm like, what the fuck? Something different, because I thought the music I picked was longer, but it wasn't. So now I'm picking something that is. And it flickered again. At least the stream is still up. I hope.
It is. We're good. We're golden.
Okay, cool.
So that's, I mean, that's pretty much.
So that's pretty much all Delbin. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 characters already pre-made for the town. Well, technically it's 5 with Haver being the extra SSR rare. And there's
Yeah,
only
some of
one of
these
her.
characters, like, some of these characters can be interchanged with a player character. So for example, I mean, Fernbeck can just be like they would have that role as a vagabond and that connection with Hayflower, but they could be their own character.
Mm-hmm. If anything, just like a simple basis of these characters can give someone like enough like leeways for them to create more things for the character, you know?
Yeah, totally. Like all of these characters can have like a player character slotted in.
Is there any other characters that needs to be known?
Um, not at the moment. I think the other characters in the town I just kind of have vague ideas. Like I know there are roles that would have to be filled. Like we were talking about like the Duke or Mayor. And then you've got like guards.
Mm.
The the guard that's sent by the king to get the supplies of well, on the surface supplies for the townsfolk, underneath the surface like blood for the king's vampire daughter.
Mm. And I guess because I forget what it's called. There was this one RP that I watched long ago by a streamer that I do regularly. Well, not regularly anymore, but I do like to check in on him. Named Zagio. I forget what the RP he was part of, but it was kind of similar, something similar of the setting. You know, kind of like a small town. Shit happens all the time. There's guards, shopkeepers, etc. You know, like people had roles for to keep the community thriving. Like there was someone at medbay, again, shopkeepers, restaurants, etc., etc. People traveling, coming and going. You know, the whole shebang. So, and I think because this is more of like a farmer type city, or not city, town, there would have to be like some other, whether it's NPC or just someone playing a character of farmers as well.
Yeah, definitely. Like those guys from
And
the Twitter
traders.
thread.
Yeah. Like tradesmen, which is something that you know, Fernbeck can do, but at the same time she shouldn't be the only one. No, no, no. Because at that point everyone in town would be ripped off of everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there would have to be also some traders, and they could do basically anything, kind of.
Yeah.
I think most important though would be like a general store.
Yeah. Yeah, there is like a tavern ish thing.
Mm. That is actually also important because that is important for morale for the entire town. So
Yeah.
tavern. So those would definitely be important. Like those would be the main ones if anyone wants to create something else, you know, free range.
Right.
Depends on how big the city gets and how more lively it will eventually be due to our little chaos flower.
Yeah. That's the other thing I wanted to
Mm.
kind of start talking about. I think it'd be really cool to the state. So it would be really cool to involve people who like watch this from any place. You know, the ideal of this would be like streamers would play different characters, right? Or people who play different characters would stream it. People obviously are going to kind of watch the perspective of the person that they have, you know, a connection with. But I think it would be really cool if viewers were almost like townsfolk in a sense, in the sense that they had input towards what attention gets paid to what projects that are going on in the town. So,
Because obviously not
how?
every character that is in there in character can do everything.
Yeah, yeah.
In fact, I don't think there's gonna be a whole lot of us at start because
No, yeah.
I'm telling you,
yeah.
I'm already on board with this. I'm there.
Really?
Like
I
the moment everything drops, I'm there. I'm the first one at the door.
Well, it's gonna be a bit. There are some things that I
Of
want
course.
to learn, just about like the RP scene. You know, I think, yeah, there's some things that I kind of want to look into in terms of like what's a good way to, because I've never run anything like this before.
You know what we should do?
Hmm.
We should hold like an actual like D&D session and you be a DM, like giving it a try, so you can get a taste of it and
Ooh.
get an idea.
Oh man, that's okay. I'm into that idea. I've never DM before.
Have you even
But
played D&D before?
I have played D&D.
Okay, good. Because I was about to say, wait a second, if you've never played it to begin with, you need to start as a player.
I have played D&D. I haven't played like a whole bunch of it. It's hard to keep a group going.
Yeah, but this would be like a one shot, so you can get a taste.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
it
yeah,
doesn't
yeah.
have to be anything long form. No, not nothing like that. But just like a taste of one session, DMing a one shot. And I know the exact perfect like thing that you should try, which is World of Darkness.
Mm.
The only issue is the fact that kind of my brother's friends kind of own those books. So I'd have to ask if I was like, hey, can I loan it to my friend? So he can hold like one game. It's like a type of thing where you have to buy the books.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
so
I'm into it. I want to try it.
yeah, and if not, I have mouse guard.
I also want to hear more about Mouse Guard.
If anything, if you want, we could do another stream like this, and I could explain my stories.
Yeah.
I don't think we could do it
Yeah.
in this stream because in like an hour I do gotta go.
I always feel guilty just like getting wrapped up, and I'm like, oh man, I wanna know about the mouse. But yeah, I would be down to do this again.
Yeah. Just further rants for like multiple hours.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's fun. It's fun talking to you.
Yeah. Oh wait, do you have anything to do tomorrow? I just realized.
I mean, I have work tomorrow, but it's it's whatever.
How long can you stay up?
Uh, till like I could stay up till around midnight.
You sure?
I am sure. I
Okay.
mean, I've been doing Orlando, and I have work the next morning too. So
Mm, except on
it
weekends.
works out.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, let's continue for like another hour.
Okay, okay.
But yeah, I think getting a taste of DMing first and getting to deal with everything, or we could just go the traditional route and just go with D&D 5e, which is the easiest to manage.
Hmm.
Because another thing to do if there aren't that many like followers or viewers that can provide outside influence, the dice always got your back.
Right.
They can be anywhere from "Hey, you did it," and very cruel and unforgiving. Like it's a dice. It's like unbiased. In fact, that's how I mostly like do some of my stuff for like character stuff. Whether if I can't decide something, then I'm like, okay, dice go. Decide for me.
I mean, it's good. I mean,
They are
the
reliable.
judgment of RNG. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. To the dice gods. But like, yeah, I think just a taste of D&D DMing would be nice. I think even V has experience with that, so we could even go to him and ask.
Mm. Yeah. I want to give it. I want to give it a try. I want to give it a real shake.
Mm. Yeah, but yeah, I think this is looking like a good list of things so far. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that a town needs necessarily.
Hmm. I know in my writing, um, I did mention like a distillery that like they're using it to distill water. So like it's a port town, right? And there's still water, like the ocean didn't go anywhere, right?
Mm.
Um so if that's the case, then there could be fishermen, though, it would be kind of tough around there.
Yeah. I mean, you already have the mention of yeah, it is Port Town and all that. So yeah, I guess Fisher Shack. 'Cause I just think that's funny.
Mm.
So at least there would be one fisherman, at least.
Yeah, someone's sitting out there just in
Sitting
case.
there waiting. But yeah. Hmm. Have you drawn a map of the place yet?
I have not.
Do you want to do that, or do you want to do a little bit more world building for what's needed?
I think I think for now, let's put a pin in this. I wanna hear a little bit about the mouse. I wanna
Really?
know. I do.
Well, it's been put off so much that my brain's broke.
Oh.
Hold on. Let me send myself some stuff because it's gonna be basically me ranting the whole premise of the. Wait, I have the beat sheet. What am I talking about?
That's what I want. I'm all for it.
Alright, hold on. Let me grab the beat sheet because it explains everything you need to know about the story, except I'm planning on changing some things. So pull it up. Oh no, it's on my other account. Wait, let me share it with myself real quick.
But yeah, definitely. If I can get this thing off the ground, both you and V.
And X7. We're dragging
And
his ass in
X7,
this
yeah.
too.
Yeah. No, X7 would be great.
Why is it fucked up?
I feel like X7 would be a good Duke. You know, he as for the character that's trying to kind of maintain a certain amount of decorum, but stuff is kind of falling apart, you know?
It's kind of better. For whatever reason, the structure of it is a little bit terrible. There we go. It's still not that
Ooh.
good. Need to change. I guess like 75. I already did that. Okay, that kind of centered it a bit better. So, I need to make all the text bigger. Yeah, close enough. Okay. So, this is gonna be really weird to go in because of how big the text has to be for it to be readable on stream and all that. But essentially, for the opening image, a small mouse named Messa is working at her family restaurant. So, for her, Messa, the whole basis for the whole story is the fact that it's kind of like Wild Wild West, like desert kind of thing. And there's Mesa. And there's some Spanish involved in this because Mesa in Spanish means table. And all the rest of her family are also named after various objects as well in Spanish. So it's like kind of like a Latino Hispanic kind of family. And
Right.
so because you know how mice populate very fast, so that means each kid has basically their own specific job. So that's like, for example, like there's escoba and trapador, which means broom and mop. So those two mice are in charge of a broom and a mop. Cafe is in charge of, coffee and drinks there. So Mesa is the waiter for like a restaurant. She handles the tables and such. That's basically the basic premise of it. Essentially, for the opening image, it just kind of goes into family dynamics of her two siblings, one of many, Escobara and Trapador, broom and mop. They're just basically arguing sibling shenanigans and her essentially being the peacemaker because she's one of the many middle children. She's like kind of old, but not the oldest. She's somewhere in the middle. So I kind of fucked up in the initial writing of this of the theme stated. The theme stated for here is actually, which is the message of basically her getting her independence of leaving the family and not being super tied into this tight-knit family, because if someone kind of leaves and things kind of fall apart in that one area, and that ain't good. But I kind of don't really like that message, so I'm thinking of rewriting that. And just her talking with someone familiar, making a cup of coffee for someone when that's not her job. So that's kind of a little bit of an issue. And the mom does come in and kind of call her out and say, kind of scolding her, just don't do that, that ain't your job. Grab your, sibling cafe. And Mesa is like, I don't see the issue with this, but, getting angry at parent. And then comes the mentor figure, which is a spider character, which kind of like leaves a little bit of a web, kind of ish. It's like a metaphorical web, because his background is the fact that he's a famous adventurer of essentially being a mentor type character for grabbing other adventurers into like an adventurers guild and going out, having fun, collecting things, etc. What adventurers do. So he's more of a mentor figure and kind of brings future adventurers up, a scouter, recruiter. So that's why he's a spider, because he kind of recruits people, laying down a web of trying to get as many people to like being an adventurer type deal. And the type of spider, if I remember correctly, it's actually one of the few vegetarian spiders. Funnily enough. So like there is nothing malicious happening here. Like, in true full honesty. He is literally just trying to grab someone else to adventure. Catalyst essentially offering her to go out and adventure. It just goes into more detail, etc. I don't really like the catalyst of how I went about it. Of essentially kind of like, hey, the spider asking her what her favorite food is or what she would recommend. She gave a food and then asked her to explain, to basically further get insight on her personality, whether she'd be worthy or not, but I don't really like that. Then makes the offer, then the debate, which is her later on sitting down and debating whether she should actually leave behind her whole family, and then there's this kind of moment between her siblings. Especially one that's named Sipito, which means like little brush. She's basically in charge of like making sure everyone's hair is brushed. So, like simple for a younger sibling. That is her job. And basically sits down and talks with her about it, how she feels about it. But Sipito's very kind of indoctrinated into the whole family idea. The fact that no, I don't really think about leaving. I like brushing hair. I don't really think about much else. And of course she's young. She hasn't really thought much outside of it. Because she hasn't really been shown much of outside.
Right.
She just keeps to it. And continues to be like a happy little child. But just doing her one job, which is at night, combing everyone's hair. Or at least the, secondary one, because she's a little one. So... And even Mesa is like aware of the namings of all the siblings. Like it's not that hard to tell why everyone's named the way they are.
Yeah.
Essentially decides to leave and kind of goes to tell her parents about it anyway. And then there's an argument of a fit and all that, and separation, basically further cutting off the tie between family. I also don't really like that because that is a common trope that is among many stories of essentially like cutting off between parent.
Yeah.
Even though it also makes sense because of the naming and kind of hinted on the mindsets of the parents are very much more business orientated, but yeah.
Would you
Good.
so would you prefer that it's not as like absolute?
I mean, yeah, I feel like I need to drag the debate a lot more than just she just sits there, realize how shitty her life is, and then leave
Mm.
kind of thing. Because in reality, it's not really terrible. It's she has a roof over her head. She takes care of her siblings. She loves her siblings. Often the peacemaker. It can be very tiring, but it is family. At least
Right.
that would be my opinion of it. But it's dependent on the values of a person, nevertheless.
Yeah, I
And
mean, you can still feel trapped in that kind of situation.
yeah, but I feel like it isn't really shown the way I wish it was, kind of. But that is
So
just act one of presenting all the information, presenting the problem, etc. But go ahead.
so you feel like maybe she either you feel like she doesn't have enough of a reason to want to leave?
Essentially, because it kind of was just like this one guy that just showed up and said, "Hey, I can give you an out." She takes one look around and says, "Okay, bye."
Ah.
There's not much of a drag to it as I wish it
so the
was.
so this is part of the like this is a problem that the catalyst like earlier you said you had problems with the catalyst. This is
Yeah,
kind of if the catalyst was stronger, this maybe wouldn't be a problem.
yeah. I mean, the one way I tried to make it like stronger is the fact that he basically gave her a time limit of saying, "I'm leaving tonight." So, like, if you want to leave, you'd have to leave now or tonight. So, like, it was kind of take it now or not. And because of it being kind of like mouse guard ish, the common way of travel is by bird. You know, flight. Or there
Yeah.
are some other animals too that could assist in that, but at the same time, most common one is bird. So if he were to leave, his only way of traveling is by bird. So once he's gone, he's gone. He is not coming back or looking back. And there's no way that Mesa can catch up with him whatsoever. So like she would have to go that night, and I want to change the catalyst to make that point stronger, or at least
Right.
like give more time to it. Because the setup I like in terms of like showcasing the family. That is like the one thing I really like, and also
Yeah.
the ending. But it's just a very awkward conversation that even when I scripted it out, it was very awkward. But let me also give you context on how this was even created in the first place. So I had a project in school called like the 20-minute or 20 times project. So basically every day for 20 minutes, we were allowed to work on these things. And it was supposedly to help us with like, I guess, productivity or morality. I don't remember anymore. But those 20 minutes are very, very incredibly short. So that's
Right.
why there's not a whole lot done. But at least I started because of this whole project. So And the middle story is kind of a little bit meh, also, and especially with the fun and games, which is supposed to be about fun and games, it feels like not much, in my opinion. It builds up the world, sure, but not in the way I want to, I guess. Moreover, because I feel like the catalyst undercuts most things. The break-in 2 is when she actually leaves with the spider. And a little bit more world building is the fact that her aunts and uncles, like, they're also around in town. They're part of the major businesses. Like, her family's very business orientated. So her aunt and uncle are owning the hotel basically nearby. Like, their hotel business, like, her family is more a restaurant business.
Hmm.
So she finds Spider there, leaves. They leave by bird. The fun and games portion is kind of like a montage to further show and express the world, but I don't really like it too much because it's only kind of shown from like a sky point of view, like up in the sky with the bird. So you're only seeing things from the top. I mean, there's different settings, sure, of different animals and such, but I feel like it isn't really as fun, and you're just kind of looking. Like the characters are not taking part of it, which is my issue.
Right.
I feel like they need to like make some pit stops or something else in place of this so they could actually interact with the world instead of just looking at it. Because there's the show don't tell approach, but there's a difference in the way of how you're showing it.
Right.
Yeah. So I really need the characters to interact in that world so it can seem more fun and exciting instead of just looking from the top.
Hmm.
In the midpoint, that's when the story kicks off again, back to the message of essentially this giant dead tree in the desert. Inside it's basically kind of like a tavern kind of area of like a guild, the Adventurers Guild, essentially. So bad guys close in, basically repeating patterns of kind of they're not really taking care of much of themselves, so she kind of fills in and just kind of taking care of the Adventurers Guild. Realizes that she's basically being treated the same way as she was at home, which I don't think they would have actually done that. Thinking more on it, but that's what I wrote before. So then Dark Knight of the Soul, where it, more dire. Basically, sandstorm occurs, an outside influence, kind of leaving all the members in a panic. They all try to cover the windows and like everything with like tables and like planks of wood. Almost get squashed. And essentially her standing up and telling everyone to just better ways to board up the place, essentially, of her actually using her brain while everyone else in the midst of panic.
Right.
And then after the sandstorm is over, that is, I think, break into 3. Yeah, they finally get the idea and start boarding things up using cloth, etc. So the finale, sandstorm is over. The rest of the animals in the guilds, celebrate. Mesa doesn't want to stay anymore. She took the few things she had from home and leaves, and then the final image is essentially her talking with the spider. Spider's like, "Hey, where are you going?" And she's like, "Yeah, no, this ain't for me. At least staying here. I'm gonna try to go back home, but not by bird. I'm gonna have my own adventure, my own way, by trying to adventure my way back home."
Hmm.
And that's the part where I like, actually, of her basically doing her own thing at the end and adventuring back home. Still the way of how she wanted, but still returning home to her family.
Hmm. I think so. I like that. I was just about to ask in the middle part when
Mm-hmm.
they're flying on the bird. I was gonna ask like what are they flying over? Um, So I think maybe for that middle part to kind of have it have a little bit more impact, maybe they couldn't, like, maybe it's not as direct as a bird. Like maybe the spider has all these ways to kind of just get around these obstacles, you know, and like it just kind of skips over things that, you know, maybe somebody who was more adventurous would have to deal with, right? um so you could still have the function of the bird, but then you could also have like the stuff in between, like the stuff that they're just kind of flying over. Like it's still not something that Mesa would be experiencing because the spider is basically like taking her through everything, you know? Like maybe she gets a glimpse of things, or maybe has this interest in things, but she's not able to engage in them at that point, you know? So it's like the middle is kind of almost showing the journey that she's going to go on in the end. Like it's almost showing like the things that she would engage in with the knowledge that, or with the kind of self-growth that she experiences by the end of the story. And so when she's saying like, I'm going to go back home, but I'm going to do it, you know, my way.
If anything, I just got an idea.
Yeah.
Don't mind the word.
Word.
Word. So for fun and games. So for fun and games as a replacement, because yeah, you're right, she would have to learn some other stuff than just from a sky point of view. And if anything, I could think of like the bird could be like a rental. So then it was just funny when you think about it, but it's like a rental. So then he has to go return that to another place, like like a bird service. So then they switch off like within like other mounts and other modes of transportation, sort of like hitchhiking and other like sites, and actually interacting more, you know?
Yeah.
So hiking, more interaction with the world. So yeah, essentially more interaction with the world by using more of like the modes of transportation, hiking and going to like place to place, you know, seeing like other actual cultures instead of just looking from above, like they're actually in there. And whenever like a situation would arise, he would immediately deal with it with experience while she's unexperienced. And at the same time, one thing I do want to start showing more with my characters, because it's just normal. I like it. It's very realistic of showing the protagonist's mistakes.
Yeah. Yeah. See, I'm into that too.
Yeah. So I need to show her mistakes of an experience of something happening and her trying to deal with it, and it goes to shit for whether someone with experience being an actual mentor figure, well, being an actual mentor instead of a mentor figure. So he isn't really given like a name tag that says mentor. He actually acts the part.
Yeah.
You know, because he doesn't really do anything as a mentor either way, even though he's a mentor. So mentor actually teaches her and does things. Did I hear you munch on something?
No, it's probably my computer. It's kind of the fan is making noise.
Alright. Yeah, there, maybe it's the music. I don't know. I just heard a crunch sound. I'm like, huh? About to say, you're gonna share?
Yeah, no. You have some for the class.
Have some for the class. Oh my gosh. But yeah, that is something that needs to be showcased definitely within fun and games. If anything, everything, in my opinion, needs to be rewritten. Even the message. But like,
Hmm.
for fun and games, this is gonna stay there regardless if it's still going through the adventure route of, again, interaction with the world, because that is the point of fun and games, is to have
Right.
fun with the world, to show to the viewer of what the world is actually like, the world building point of everything before we get back into the story, so the viewer further understands why some people are the way they are in this world, essentially.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah. Let me put something for Catalyst. The needs for their build up. Maybe more time in between. Like, say he comes back in like a few weeks.
Yeah.
So it gives her more time to think about it and more scenes to showcase her weighing her options in the debate, whether she should stay or whether she should leave.
Yeah.
Of like, not everything in that moment, and not just things that just happen to happen and it's like, oh fuck it, I'm gonna leave. It's like, no, things that have been prolonged issues that have either boiled up over time or other such, or reasons why she should stay, of like looking after her little siblings and showing that it isn't all that bad. But regardless, she will have to leave. But in order to get the debate, like, well, it has to be more cooked, you know?
That could even be part of it. Like, her little siblings might even inadvertently encourage her because, you know, they're younger and they don't understand, like, having so it's like having something that you want to do but staying because of obligation, you know? So their point of view might be, well, if you want to do it, I don't know, just do it.
Or if anything, I could see definitely Cafe going like, yeah, to go, just leave, bitch. Like, I don't want you here. I don't want you here to get me in trouble some more. Like, leave. Like, goddamn. I thought you were a mouse, not a rat. Shit. I actually have that dial. Because, you know, I have a sibling. I know how sibling debates be like. So that's also another thing I want to showcase, of them being comfortable enough to just say some certain things. Going like, damn. It's not my biggest offender. Alright. At the same time, I think it needs to be also a little bit more specific than just adventure.
Right.
It needs to be. Let me just put this more specific adventure slash leaving. There has to be something else that draws her out there other than the fact that fuck this family, I'm gonna leave.
Yeah. You could introduce specific. So maybe it's not adventure specifically. So part of the
Mm,
reasons why she wants to leave are kind of enforced by, at the time her current situation, right?
mm,
Uh, having the freedom to not just do what her namesake is, right? Um, I think along that same line, the idea of experiencing different things, traveling, like it is a relatable thing to want, especially if you feel trapped in your situation, you know?
mm.
You could have her like daydreaming about going to extravagant places, or maybe places that she thinks about as extravagant, but in reality it's just kind of, it's another place. Right?
Mm.
But still, it it wouldn't specifically be adventure, but by the time that somebody shows up and offers this, it could be made clear to her that, like, hey, this would check a lot of those boxes, a lot of those things that I wanted, like that freedom. Like, it sounds like this provides that for me.
Mm.
And a lot of that you could communicate by, I mean, like, what are her parents' expectations for her?
Mm. If anything, it's also just, even though it's very simple and interesting concept, it's also very flawed in terms of, yeah, I'm gonna just make a bunch of kids and make them all work. Like, there has to be something more than that. Because if it wasn't for the family, I think it's a similar situation to how your story and the fact that it used to be like a small desolate town, but it's because of the business that they provide with, the whole Mice family of like multiple generations and how many of them there are now.
Mm.
Definitely brought the town up. So it's just kind of like, I guess we can place in the old mindset of just continue to work kind of
Yeah.
thing for the betterment of just town and economy.
Yeah, because it's a comfortable life, and then as a parent, you want your kid to be comfortable too. Like, it's an
Mm.
established life.
Yeah, like you're
There's
set for
there's
life as so long as you do this one thing for the rest of it.
yeah.
Mm. Mm. Sure, job security.
Yeah. Existential nepotism.
Why worry about your kids getting jobs when you could just give it to them?
There it is. It's all rolled into one.
Mm-hmm.
You got it all set up.
I mean, like even Sippy, though, like Little Brush, she's kind of already in training for just learning how to brush hair. She could just later on make her own business of being a hairstylist type thing,
Right.
you know? So, like, even the little ones with their names, they're already in training and set up for learning. And that's why Mesa is also has like a name as Mesa, just table. It's very simple and not as complex as like say Cipieto or Cepito, because she's smaller and more time, different needs for like other such. Like for example, Mesa could have been in her younger years just setting up the table for a family dinner. It could have
Yeah.
been like that for training. Or she could still be doing that while also maintaining a restaurant. It could be so many things going into everything here. It's crazy how far you could actually think about it, and it's been a while since I've actually sat down and think about it and made reasons for everything. Because again, before I just had 20 minutes to work on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like it though.
Mm-hmm.
It's very it's like it's kind of nostalgic to me in a way. I guess
Mm-hmm.
I haven't really seen a story like that. Um I don't know, the vibe is like making me kind of nostalgic.
Do you think it's because it's mouse themed?
Probably. It's probably the mice.
Yeah, because I know mice are very infamous for being like in children's storybooks or like story. Like, for fuck's sake, there's Stuart Little. There's the fucking mouse with the cookie who wants a fucking
Yeah.
cup of milk.
Don't give that mouse a cookie.
Don't.
Don't do it.
I think there's some other storybook. I remember reading this one storybook about also a mouse with the adventure. I don't remember his name, but he's not as popular because it was a word book and not like a little comic book, etc. Then I don't know his name, but there was other Smart Mouse book, like comic book series. He was like a detective or something, I think. But yeah, it's because like mice are supposed to be like the underdogs, you know?
Yeah.
The underdogs that you're gonna root for, or relatability when you're a child, because you're also, uh, by circumstance,
Tiny.
also an underdog because you're tiny. You can't do many things yet. Same with a mouse. They're very tiny. But that does not mean they can't do their own things. They and themselves can become mighty from their tininess.
I love it. I am all about the underdogs.
Mm-hmm. That's why, like, in the Adventures Guild, there's like no other mice. It's all other animals that are like bigger than her. Like, let me think of an animal example. I just remembered Rango, the movie. Oh
Rango?
my god, Rango. I need to rewatch that movie.
It was good. Yeah.
Yeah. So like that, but it's not like super duper Wild West. It's like its own culture. Because, the Wild West is more human based, anyhow, with human circumstances and clothing and all that. Well, this is like Wild West themed, sure, but like moreover in just like the dusty desert sense. And in itself, they have their own culture because everything's a lot smaller. It doesn't mean the fact that like all their clothing is like same as human, because the cloth is smaller. They have to use it differently. which is why she kind of has like a rope instead of like actual t-shirt or something. It can be made, but it's not as easy. Like it costs a lot more work versus getting 2 scraps of it and just putting it together. If anything, I need to look into more Mouse Guard in general to see more of their world. Again, I do have the D&D book for it. And a storybook that the creators actually made. Although Mouse Guard mostly follows of like mice that are a part of a kingdom. You know, a guard. Well, Mesa is not really a guard by any means. She's just a local citizen who wants to get the fuck out. A part of a business that her family helped curate.
Yeah. I can see it. I can envision it.
Mm-hmm. Workable. So it wants to create expectations of parents. Sitting still in one place, essentially, because you know, job security. Why leave? You have everything you need. To be honest, that's something I've actually struggled with in my life.
Yeah.
Just parents are like, you have everything. What's wrong? You know, not preparing anything in the mental set.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What if-
Yeah.
So what if her parents So to establish all of this, did they establish all of this, or were they also born into it?
They're the kind of first generation, so technically Mesa is a part of the second or third, because you know how fast mice reproduce.
Gotcha,
But
gotcha. So
they're the
like
ones
the
that
first
got there,
generation,
and you know, yeah.
in order to establish this, they probably had to be kind of adventurous, right?
Yeah, they were adventurous to going to this town and then settled down. But because it's actually something I've researched even with current day of how different generations see each other. Like, for example, like, I hope this isn't political or anything like that. Like, you know, millennials, Gen Z, Gen X, boomers, and all that. Of how the previous generation always has a different perspective and lens because they have different needs and desires versus someone of the younger generation. And this is something that is repeated in the constant of time of the older generation always complaining about the younger generation because of different values and different circumstances and environments as well. So the parents have gotten there and they have basically changed the environment. Their desires and needs and wants were because of the environment, and they changed the environment for that so they are comfortable. But now the kids growing up have different needs, desires, and wants, and all that. And their environment is different from how the parents grew up in. So they don't really have the desire, the fact that, oh, I need to like make money constantly to like live. Because they kind of already have that because of the parents. So now it moves up into the different hierarchy of needs and wants. They need something else, but the parents don't understand that because when they grew up, it was never about that. It was about sitting down and making money so they could be comfortable. You know, it's a different generational need and want. similar of how reflective of real life. If you want
I
me to
get
draw
you,
some
yeah.
actual life comparisons, I can. Okay, I will. Because this is
Yeah,
something I
yeah.
researched there.
No, yeah,
Because
go for it.
okay, because the older generation is essentially like kind of baby boomers, and unfortunately, kind of grouped up into that is also Gen X. From the general desires and wants, not all of them, but the generalized ones, especially the loud minority, um, generally kind of thought the idea of if you work hard, then you'll get everything you kind of need in one life, essentially. Like, if you work hard for your job, then, job will basically take care of you. Then when it came to the millennials, it's not that anymore. It's not like
Hmm.
everyone's well aware at this point that fact that the environment and landscape of the economy, especially here in America, is not that anymore. Let me see if I can try to remember the exact words used. Because I think it was more over along the lines of go for what's fulfilling in life, you know?
Yeah.
Like doing what you want, kind of thing. And it's because of the older generation kind of not spoiling not spoiling the younger generation, but essentially because the younger generation had more resources, they had different desires and needs, which again the older generation does not understand. So it's basically do what you want. That what fulfills you that also makes money. And now it comes to the newer generation of Gen Z of essentially kind of trying to do what you want, but don't settle for less. Like get a
Right.
job that treats you right.
Right.
And if they don't treat you as such, then leave and find a better job that does. Like you don't have to stand for the older generation shit kind of
Right.
thing.
Yeah.
And those are the different values because of the different environments and landscapes each generation had when growing up. And the fault of why the older generation always hates the younger generation is because they don't really see that as a repeating thing of they don't remember how it was in their time as well as it was a different time for them than it is now. In fact, I think there was even some reports way back then of people complaining of how spoiled the next generation was, and that next generation was the baby boomers.
No,
So
it's crazy because there's always a cycle. There's always so
they're always the cycle.
it's like at first it's like, oh my gosh, this new generation, like this is gonna be this new generation is gonna be amazing, and oh my gosh, look how smart they are, look how industrious they are, and
Hmm.
then like straight off a cliff, they're like, this new generation sucks. They're not doing anything. It's like,
They're lazy.
like,
They can't do shit. Like they're
yeah.
snowflakes. They're too sensitive, soft, etc. If anything, I'm curious to what the shit that people said to the, the freaking Gen X, because if I remember correctly, that was a generation where they were like the environment was more like for the hippies and such.
Right.
Like they must have
Yeah.
been saying some rancid shit before. But again, like people just don't see it that way because of different values and different environments
Yeah.
and not really
That
exploring
that makes a
beyond
lot of
that.
sense. Yeah.
Yeah. And again, that's not everyone. That is just the loud
No.
minority. Because I have gone out and I've actually talked with people of different generations, and not all of them hold that value at all. So
Yeah.
most people just see the fact that the younger generation is the future. So they're doing something. But essentially, that is also technically placed into this story as well as kind of like a background kind of theme. for like the dynamics between the parents and the siblings. Not only that of the siblings, but there's many generations of siblings. Like for example, I'm a part of, fuck it, I'm gonna say it, I'm a part of Gen Z. Well, I'll say someone like my brother is a part of, the millennials.
Right.
We're different and technically generations, but we're still a part of the same family. We're still a part of the same blood. Same is going on with the story of there's different generations of kids with different environments as they're growing up. So again, I've done a lot of research.
Yeah.
And if anything, that's something I want to infuse in myself of don't talk shit about the younger generation because they got their own list of issues.
No, yeah. Yeah, that definitely. I mean, it's almost yeah, just all the bullshit trash talking has definitely just like imprinted on me. Like we're trying to live here. It's just cut them some slack, right?
Yeah. I did not expect a rant about that. I'm not gonna.
It was great. It was great. Yeah, no, you've put a lot of research and a lot of thought into this. Yeah.
Yeah. But that's just one part of it. And again, I have not touched this story in a while. There's definitely gonna go ahead.
You're interested in so you're making this a comic, or that's kind of what you'd be interested in doing?
Yes, essentially. And again, I already have the main character drawn out, but I don't think I have any pictures already up. Because they're all on my tablet. But yeah, I was thinking about making a comic.
One to me.
I think I sent some pictures to you. Yeah, hold on. Like it was a bit ago. There's some unfinished cover art. Yeah, it's unfinished. Very much so. Like the basis is there, but the background still needs some work.
There she is.
And also is missing some details. Let me pull up the general sheet. No. Pull up, damn it. No, I went to the wrong one. There we go. Wait, no. Back. I guess I'm gonna just zoom in. I can't scroll. Okay. I'm just gonna zoom all the way out then for it to be shown on stream. There we go. So yeah, that's basically what she looked like. I mainly try to use more forced kind of colors, like similarly to like, for example, Hobbit or Lord of the Rings. Sorry. I've had all the like characters have basically essentially like colors of like from either grays to browns to greens because they live in a forest like landscape. They use whatever kind of material is nearby for like dye and such. There's no extravagant, bright colors. To essentially showcase that she's a part of a wealthy family, though, that's why I included that thread that's around her hood. of
Oh,
getting
okay.
that saturated of a color. Not only that, of the green as well. Because brown is common, but green is a little bit more luxurious, especially the thread on her hood. So again, showing that she had different circumstances than her parents.
Right.
Plus, I just like the color. It's a beautiful kind of thread, which is the point. So yeah, it's like a robe type attire. And that's like the thought that went into it. It's a masterpiece. Hi,
What's up, X7?
ranting about our characters. This is Mesa. She's a mouse. You should have been here when I was ranting for like, I think 30 minutes about the generational divide. But hi.
It was great. It was great.
I don't think the generational divide is great, but the analysis I think is great.
Yeah, I vibed with the analysis.
I was doing a quiz, but right now I'm procrastinating a discussion post. Don't procrastinate, go back to work. Leave. I know how important schoolwork is, believe me. I know. I think that's part of the reason why the story isn't to my liking, because I had to rush some parts because it was a part of a school assignment. I'll do whatever I want. You know I have the ability to ban you, right?
Oh, damn. Ban hammer coming in hot.
Or you to come into my stream and say you can do whatever the fuck you want. But yeah, anyway, that's Mesa. Before cover art.
This is cool.
Oh my gosh, you're gonna pull that card, huh? I mean, it's like the equivalent of coming into my house and saying I'll do whatever I want. Rubbing your dirty shoes all over my carpet. But yeah, part of the reason why it was so shit is because, again, rushed. I got time.
I think a lot of your inspiration is like it really shows through. Really, like the only part that kind of slows is like that middle part. Like that I feel like is where you would really need a lot of figuring there.
Yeah. And the catalyst, because it doesn't give the proper punch that I feel it needs. And I think I might have to rewrite the whole like guild stuff, whether I think the sandstorm would be good, but I don't think of what everyone does with the sandstorm is the best. I may have to rethink on that. Maybe the realizing that she was treated back home, like in terms of like cleaning, doing everything, maybe a different way of showcasing that. Instead of just being a 1-for-1. It could be instead of her being treated like that, she just goes back to her old tendencies of doing that stuff.
Yeah.
You know, hard to break bad habits and such. But yeah, the final image is meant to be like, oh, you know, I could write more. I could put more out there, you know, of the adventure of going back home. Another message being spread. Oh. It's supposed to be open-ended kind of thing.
Right.
But I don't know what I would do if, I had to do that. But that's just this. I still have to script everything out for it as well. And I did finish scripting out, I think, up to maybe the debate. Like of her talking with Tepito. So I think all that's done. I may have to just rewrite the catalyst point because, oh my god, it feels so awkward. Like the conversation feels dry and awkward. But I had to write it so I could have at least something down to showcase to my teacher, going like, "Hey, I did something."
What kind of person or what kind of spider? What's the spider's personality?
That's the thing, though. I didn't have enough time to give him one.
Oh.
So I'm gonna have to also build upon that too, because
I think a lot of this would come from establishing that, like,
yeah,
because once you understand how the spider thinks, then you can kind of approach how he would.
yeah. If anything, like I didn't get time to sit down and further establish the characters of desires, wants, and all that because of 20 minutes working on it, kind of deal. And I had to speed up so I can get things done. Like,
Right.
that's the only reason why this exists, is because, like, I had to have something to showcase for like presentation time at school, so I had to take a break from scripting and just say, here's the cover image I was working on, so it doesn't show that I wasn't doing anything. Ha 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 ha. So, and also a reason why like the reference sheets also exist.
Yeah.
So I wasn't given enough time to actually fully build up how I wanted to. I was only given time to start it. That's why I haven't really started like fully like drawing the comic itself. I gotta go, but I hope y'all have a good stream. Thank you. I'm thinking about ending it soon, but yeah. Bye. Oh yeah. Oh boy. But yeah.
I'm into it.
Mm.
Yeah, I think you would get a lot of inspiration from defining the characters.
Yeah.
Like,
Especially
I think a lot
because
of the problems would you got?
yeah. Especially because I initially had the concept. Funnily enough, I had the concept of this since like maybe middle school, elementary, of like the mouse family and all that. So Meso was already an idea, but personality not established, and the spider wasn't added until like I started working on the 20-minute project thingy. So like I was not giving enough attention to them as I probably should have, versus some other stories that I have written. Although they're not actually written, but it's more over just character sheets of people.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, that's the Mesa story. Mesa the mouse.
Mess of the mouse.
Yep. If anything, I may also just switch up on the. Let me see if I can pull it up. Because I was thinking this could be like the style of the comic,
Yeah.
There we go. showcase it all for the class. But yeah, I was thinking of just making that the style. It's kind of similarly, funnily enough, to the Mouse Guard book style, but at the same time, like that is so much detail. It's like a cross between so much detail and not enough detail that it's like in the weird middle ground. Like
Yeah.
I like the coloring of what I did for like the outline and stuff, but like I feel like I need to switch it up with a different style as well. Something a bit more, not like gruff like this, but maybe a little bit more simple. Like
Yeah.
similarly to those
Simplification would be good.
like those child's books, you know.
Yeah.
Because this isn't going to be like some sort of serious like what is it like dire story. Like gonna be like at wit's end or like dire situation of it's do or die kind of thing. It's just supposed to be a simple, sweet story.
Something that could help with that is having a like a style guide with like almost kind of like itemized. So like for my comic, I have like a
Mm.
very deliberate style where characters have they're flat shaded, so there's no blending, and they
Mm.
have 3 or 4 tones. Like that's the limit on them.
Mm.
So there's like the mid tone, there's the shadow, there's the highlight, and then a 4th for like rim lighting.
Yeah.
Having something like that can help keep it kind of fitting with each other, and then also keep it kind of simpler,
Mm.
so you don't get like bogged down with shading and everything else.
Mm. Yeah. If anything, there's one thing that I've always struggled with is it's like cell shading.
Mm.
So like, if anything, I'm a little hesitant when it comes to that because I'm like, I don't know if it looks good. Let me get the like the blur blusher, just blur the line so it looks at least a little bit better. Oh my gosh, let me just get the airbrush and just go along the sides real quick. It'll be fine. It's gonna be okay.
It
But
definitely takes some practice, but
mm,
it is a nice tool.
mm, yeah, I'll definitely take that into consideration. But yeah, I need to come up with another design. Maybe something as simple as like these, but not super detailed.
Right.
Because I like these little ones. They're so simple.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a little face. But yeah, it's something I am going to have to work on. For sure. Oh yeah, I'm not sure if you noticed, mouse pad over here. On my VTuber model, if you're looking on the stream.
Oh my god.
It's a mouse.
Nice.
Yep. That's the joke. It's a mouse. I literally just looked up PNG of mouse and put it in. I didn't feel like drawing or anything.
It just reminds me of the like Eminem picture. Where he's
Well,
like
I think
holding the mouse.
yeah. But I think we should probably end it here because it's midnight for you.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, it's 1
yeah,
a.m. for me. I should be going to
that
sleep.
time.
But yeah, this
So
was
yeah,
fun.
it's been a lot of fun. I I felt the desire to share like a million other projects sometimes.
Prepare for next
Um,
week.
but yeah, I wanna have some focus. You know, I want to do more with Hayflower. But there is
Mm.
one that I was working on. But maybe for the future.
Mm. Do you want to come by and do this again, like next week on Tuesday again?
Oh, I'm down.
Yeah, because I'm already booked out for this week. As in, tomorrow, Orlando Soccer.
Oh yeah, I'm excited. I always enjoy it. I think this time I'm gonna do some job hunting. Mittens needs a job, so
I'm not gonna lie, I was tempted to be like the person that gives you a job in
oh
character,
really?
but I'm like, I don't want to give this man everything the moment he just walks in the door. Like, even though I totally
Yeah,
could bullshit something together, I don't think it would be as fulfilling. So I'm like, yeah, let that be someone else.
yeah. That's the
Yeah,
right call. Yeah.
yeah. Like the whole idol manager thing, that is true, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, no. It's like a maybe no.
Yeah, it's a hard thing to swing as a entry level career.
Yeah. Especially because he's like, I can talk. And Robin's like, that doesn't tell me a whole lot, my guy. But
Yeah,
cool.
he has kind of a he has a complicated relationship with what he used to do in that well, not really complicated. He just didn't really have a whole lot of passion for it.
Mm,
So, it's kind of this thing where he doesn't really see it as something that he doesn't see it as like a skill, just like a thing that he had to do, like the specifics of
mm.
sales for like a mining company, right? But yeah,
Now you're a small cat head.
yeah, I'm just sitting here on the table.
Yep.
You know, chilling.
You know that's actually a prototype for like a bar counter, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Something I was working on, but then I'm like, ah, shit, I can't finish the background. Uh, just imported the counter instead because it was the only thing done. So yeah, I have a little counter.
It's cool. It, it reminds me of like a news reporter, you know.
I mean, that's kind of what I want to do. If anything, that's what I was trying to do with the what's it called? The showing off the document stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's like kind of reporter-ish, but at the same time, like I'm not professional at all, so it's just a hologram.
Hmm.
Because I couldn't come
I
up with
mean,
a whole fucking like background, so I
it
just
fits.
went with hologram.
It's lore
Yeah.
consistent.
Hmm. But I think I should end stream now, because then we're just gonna start going off talking
Yes,
about other
we're
things.
just we got to get sleep. Sleep is important. Projects can wait for one night.
All for 1 week, because we got other things to do.
Oh yeah. I gotta really get into the character.
Yeah, character formatones.
Yeah.
Yeah. But thank you to everyone that showed up for a stellar broadcast for its first ever. Why do I sound so awkward? For stellar broadcast, the first episode, I guess, of this new series that was just created today. totally did not come up with the name the same day.
It's a great name.
Yep. Would you like to shout out any of your socials or anything like that? Where people can find you, or would you like to stay anonymous?
You know, I would like to shout out something.
Mhm.
Here, show up to this channel tomorrow, and you'll probably see me. I'm pretty sure you'll see me.
Probably, most likely. I'm not gonna lie, whenever I stream, like, VRC, like, the only few comments I get is about you being like, oh my god, cute, you like cute cat. Cool, like,
Oh,
cool cat. It's like, oh my god, that was deep. And it's always something relating with you. And I'm like, dang. Well, you got yourself some fans already.
my adoring fans.
It's like
Thank
one
you.
guy, but still.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. One guy, that's all the guy I need.
Yep. Alright, yeah. That's it for this stellar broadcast. I'll be more professional in the
night.
future, hopefully. Good night to everyone. Stay weird.